Here's a TV that looks like an apple.
everybody. 1 second, I'm just gonna have to put my hand in here really quick. I know, you're watching me. I'm sorry, I've been cutting it up. I know. Mama's isn't, I'm not fast enough, clearly. I am not fast enough when it comes to hold the phone. I know, it's like, they're like, how dare you? See, look, okay, that's better. We can do this. And there is all of your lettuce. That is all for you. There you go, my boys. Okay. Yes, Edward does have the bowl again. They have their bowls. They are full, although they cannot eat cereal, but they do have a good helping of cucumber and romaine lettuce. I need to go get them more lettuce. I need to go get them more veggies in general. Preferably when it's not like snowing outside, but they do need more. But yeah, hi everybody. Hello. Sorry again, starting late. Of course, there's always something, but I had to go clean in the bathroom because I can't say who did it for certain, but I have a feeling it was Sylvie, because Luna and Deku don't typically kick when they go to the bathroom. But there was cat litter all over my my bathroom floor. And had to take care of that because it was in the carpet. It was in the bathroom, not the carpet. Oh gosh, no, bathroom rugs. That's the technical term. We got into the bathroom rugs. I had to go outside and like, you know, shake them. And then I had a Roomba the floor. I was like complete and utter destruction. So I had to go take care of that. Then I had to get these guys out too. And then I had dinner tonight, but for some reason, it's not sitting in me well at all. I feel very, queasy is probably a better word. I do feel a little queasy, but I was like, I still should stream tonight because I said I would. I'm hoping it's like nothing like serious. I'm just like, I feel a little yuck, as it were. So, I'm sorry for being late, but we'll jump right back into this case, try to do as much as we can, because it's probably gonna take another, this might take another stream or two, depending on how much is left, how much we get done tonight, so on. And I totally say go for it. I totally say go for it, if that's something you want to do. Like, if that is something you would, whether it's like a hobby or a passion project, I say go for it. I'm trying to think, where was my save last time? Was it this save? Yes, it was this save. Okay. There were, in fact, multiple saves, but I need to lower the volume on my end. Maybe? Let me know if the volume's fine. Well, I apologize about that, chicken. I forgot I run ads at the start of stream to try and not have ads play during actual gameplay. I basically say you go for it. If it's your hobby or your passion project, what have you, I say go for it. I used to read to myself. Like, I know that sounds really silly, but I would read a book to myself or fan fiction, what have you, to get... Streaming definitely helped me in that regard, but like before that, yeah, you can definitely like just read off a book or something like you're reading to somebody. That sometimes helps. My voice is not, I hate my voice. My voice is awful, honestly. It's one of the things I hate about myself the most. I don't think my voice is, I don't know, my voice is weird. I always criticize myself because my voice is so low. And I'm like, I would rather have a higher pitched, like, voice, but I got stuck with this voice. Oh, thank you, chicken. Anyway, so I'm gonna be pausing a bit to drink water, like I said, just because I am feeling a little sick. So I might be pausing a lot to drink, so don't mind me if we get like these really awkward pauses. Like those awkward pauses in the new Lindsay Lohan movie, the Christmas movie. Oh my gosh, I saw a review for that. I'm glad to see she's back in acting, but there's like these awkward pauses in the movie that are just, oh my gosh. I'm like, somebody say something. But yeah, if I wind up pausing to drink, that's what I'm doing. I'm sorry. Yeah, we were down here. We haven't investigated anything yet. When we went back to the storeroom, I'm not sure where to look first. Because I feel like we've seen everything down here, right? Like, okay. Okay, because this is where we saw the bowl with the missing horn. Oh gosh, help me. I know, I'm trying. I'm really trying. You know, I'm kind of failing, but I'm also trying. I need to get on my case tomorrow and call the doctor's office and be like, yo, I need to make 2 appointments. I gotta get a test done. I should get this test to them this weekend. I need to get on my butt and get all these things to the doctor. Seriously, I've been slacking. And I know it's just because I've been busy with work. And
a body has been discovered.
I know, Joe.
After a certain amount
I need
of
to get on my
time,
case,
which
and I
you may
need to
use
call
however
them.
you like, the class
while they're
trial
open.
will begin.
Because I also keep forgetting they close at 5, so I can't make an appointment past that time. There's something inside the safe. Let's go ahead and have a look. There are some documents in here. It's just a bunch of papers and, there's a photo here too. This is a picture of, that's Mr. Knightley. Is it weird that there's a picture of him in here? Why is his picture here? And what are all of these papers for? I don't know. We will have to read the documents to find out. I'm all but certain there is a connection between Knightley and Doggin. Doggin's chess partner, whose identity remained unknown until now, was actually Knightley all along. That is proof enough. Tomorrow, I shall interrogate him in the warden's office. I'll get him to confess that he's one of Doggin's henchmen. Oh, Artemis, he's so blue. That thing he said to rest near the flower bed 12 years ago. You simply must retrieve it. This seems to be a report about Knightley. Not to mention it was apparently written before Knightley was killed. Okay. You went to the rheumatologist on Monday, fibromyalgia. Oh no, chicken, I'm sorry. I hope like treatment isn't like, you know, I hope treatment is easy. I will admit, I know what it is, I'm just not too familiar with how they, you know, how they help you manage. Artemis is blue daboo dee daboo da. That's what's literally in my head. I know, but I know it's something nobody wants to hear when you go to the doctor, you know. Horace Knightley was murdered while he was being interrogated in the warden's office. Judging from the contents, this document was probably written by Patricia Rowland. I knew it. The question, however, is who this report was addressed to. The owner of this safe is the conductor, Blaze DeBest. So this proves that Miss Rowland and Blaze are connected. Indeed, however, it's not just the two of them. Huh? Oh, they gave you a pill to take for the pain. I'm glad they were able to give you something to help with it, honestly. Blaze DeBest and Patricia Rowland were searching for Doggin's henchman. Sirhan Doggin, that dog-loving assassin. I'm also dog-loving, but I'm not an assassin. I'm just dog-loving. That's like me seeing all the Hades merch on Twitter and being like, oh, that's a good boy right there. That's a good boy. That's a good dog. Did you know Cerberus is a good dog? Oh man. I quickly played Splat at the start of stream, go get my first win of the day experience, and one of my opponents was literally named Okami. I can assure you it wasn't me. No, it would be funny if I'm like, Tylenose, I'm just so multitasking talented. I'm able to play Splatoon with you and stream a different game all at the same time. I'm playing Splatoon with my feet. I'm just that good. This means that there is a hidden connection between the three of them. I wonder what it could be. I don't know, but it must be related to this case. Edge Ruby. I was actually really happy because on my daily poll, I got the flip phone. I'm actually like really happy about that. But I still need more Pearl and like I need the Marina poster to go with my Pearl poster. I'm very sad. I haven't seen it again. There's some other stuff in here that I remember seeing. There's something on his finger. Let's have a closer look. It looks like an expensive ring. I forgot it. Don't steal it. I didn't do anything yet. It's Horace Knightley's. The chessboard and the ring. All of his possessions are inside the safe. So basically, all of this stuff... Oh, great, there's a driver update. Well, a little late to tell me that now. So basically, all of this stuff is evidence from the prison case. Correct. Then the knife and the chisel that vanished might be in here too. Let's see, Mr. Knife, Mr. Chisel. Man, she says it like that and I'm thinking they're gonna come alive like Blue's Clues characters, like Salt and Pepper. It's a mood ring pop. Guys, what's your favorite flavor of ring pop? Mine is obviously going to be like strawberry. They're not in there. I guess this is all just Mr. Knightley's stuff. I see. That's too bad. Horace Knightley is dead. Is your favorite ring pop flavor actually blue nacho, or are you saying blue because of the blue badger? I have to ask. However, the game is not over yet, unless I can see it through to its end. Ring and chessboard found inside the safe. Okay. Oh, well, that's weird. Young lady, good sir, might I interest you in some cotton candy? Don't take, no, this is the type of person my parents told me not to take cotton candy from. This is the type of person they told me to walk away and yell and scream. There is also ice cream, if that is what you prefer. You. Shelley the Killer. It's good to see you are well, Mr. Edgeworth. What are you doing in a place like this? As you can see, I am selling cotton candy. Would you care for some heavenly cotton candy? Even sweeter than death, one bite will send you straight to heaven. You totally poisoned that cotton candy. That's definitely not something I'd want to buy from the killer. The meaning of my message, have you understood it? Actually, don't remember the ring pop flavors. I'm actually wondering what all the flavors are. I'm looking them up just because I'm curious. What all flavors of ring pop? Ring pop. I'm actually just really curious. I'm looking it up right now. Oh, okay. I just want ring pop. I don't need all those sub varieties. There's 5 flavors. Okay, yeah, it's berry blast, watermelon, blue raspberry, regular raspberry lemonade, and strawberry. I'm definitely on team strawberry and watermelon. I think I lean slightly more towards strawberry. I'm sure a guy named the Killer is completely innocent. Yeah, I know, right? His name's a metaphor. Oh my goodness, congrats on the workout, Chris. Yes, no, if you seriously, showers help so much after workouts, believe me. When I used to do like dancing, a ton of dancing back in the day and a ton of cardio, that always helped. Right before she tampers with the crime scene. She doesn't do. Gosh, darn it. I have to like this now. Darn it, I have to like this now. Oh my gosh. I can't. Oh my gosh. I can't. Oh my gosh. I can't. Have you been spying on us this whole time? Spying? Heavens no. I was simply watching over you. Well disguised as a cotton candy salesman. Isn't that the exact same thing? What is this man's objective? Were you the one who murdered the president? No, the contract with my client has already expired. President Wang is a bit of a celebrity in the world of assassins, you see. Over the years, many attempts on his life were made, and yet he stubbornly lives on. He is a robust man surrounded by flawless security. He even employs body doubles. Robust, that president? Rotund seems more apt. However, it seems this time the president's security wasn't exactly flawless. Mr. Rook had only just prevented your previous assassination, but this time... I did not kill him. It is not my principle to kill needlessly. I am also grateful to Rook, a worthy adversary, who was connected to me by fate. Thanks to that man, I did not kill a target who had no value to be killed. Thanks to Rook preventing the assassination. What does he mean? My client deliberately gave me a false target. It was a betrayal most foul. How is that ice cream smoking? It should not be... I am... what? You clench your hands and ice cream smokes? What's the logic? I can't. I'm thinking way too hard about this. Sir, are you trying to flip your taco? Defiantly. I am now searching for my client. In all likelihood, it is the same person you are looking for. Is he saying that his client murdered the president? Just who is this person you are referring to? I myself am not allowed to say. It would be a violation of the rules. I cannot disclose the identity of my clients, for to do so would create a problem of trust with my other clients. This is precisely why I am personally searching for them myself. What are you going to do when you find your client? Of course, they shall be rewarded with a punishment most befitting of a traitor. What? That person? What'll happen to them? I will leave that up to your imagination. It certainly won't be anything pleasant. Oh yes, I will tell you just one more thing. 3 days ago, Sirhan Doggin escaped from Oh, oh, that's not good. Oh no. Oh no. But as long, you know what? It's fine if the dog's out. I'm fine if who let the dog out. I'm fine if somebody let the dog out. I'm not okay if his guardian is out. I'm not okay with that. Oh my gosh. The killer's cotton candy is delicious. Chicken, spit it out. I don't know how to spit it out really quick. It's not smoke. Oh gosh, you say dry ice and I'm just thinking, oh my gosh, my brain just immediately went to freaking 999 Asuda. I'm waiting for Akane to come into chat and start talking about what was it, Ice 9, Ice 0. I forget what the heck it was. I'm ready for someone to come in here and start going on a tangent about dry ice. Oh, that's not good. What? No, I hope the hammies broke out of prison. Chicken, I would call I would call your PCP and ask and see if you're feeling okay. I'm a little concerned that you bought ice cream from somebody whose literal name has killer in it. 3 nights passed, Doggin's solitary cell was found vacant. Oh, it was almost as if he knew I would come pay him a visit. He visited Doggin's cell. Could it be that the person the killer is searching for is... Well then, if you'll excuse me, I must get going. Yeah, you're gonna feel fine at first, and then an hour later you're gonna be like, oh, Mr. Stark, I don't feel so good. Let us do our best in tracking down that person. I literally do not. You want to know where I buy most of my clothes from? I buy most of my clothes from a cryptid called the Yeti, and Topic of Hots. That is where I buy and Kohl's, because I get Kohl's Cash sometimes. They're like the only 3 places I buy clothes from. So, to Killer and Doggin, these 2 assassins... This sound is... Mr. Edgeworth, Judge Courtney's cell phone is ringing. Could it be John? Mr. Edgeworth, how are you doing? It sounds like they're using a voice changer. Ah, criminy, I need to use a voice changer. Who is this? Oh no, here we go again. Time for telephone. Hold the phone. Someone you've been searching for, the one in the red hood. Are you the person who ambushed Kay? Brilliant! Going in deduction, I'd expect no less from a prodigy prosecutor such as yourself. Mr. Edgeworth, I want to listen in on this too. Very well, I'll put this on speaker. Well, I must say that I didn't expect the girl to get amnesia. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? But that's not all, you see. Perhaps I should let you in on this, Mr. Edgeworth. Actually, I was the one who ordered Blaze to Best to kill Jill Crane. This must be the person the killer spoke of. I really should thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. You have no reason to thank me. Oh, you haven't noticed? My, that's troublesome, you know. I wanted you to catch Blaze for me, so I took dear little Kay. What? If Kay was suspected, I knew you would investigate the case, and I was sure that the great Miles Edgeworth would be able to catch Blaze. It was all according to my plan. And you know, I get the feeling that you have the wrong idea, so let me clear something up. Blaze the Best wasn't the one who kidnapped Miss Courtney's son. You, why do you know about the kidnapping? You and Miss Courtney are really quite alike, you know. She even came to visit you in the detention center and got all friendly with you. How could this person know something like that? Judge Courtney was supposed to have visited me during the detective's name. Oh yeah, right, she used gumshoes. I thought it was going to be yummy. I bet you're wondering how I knew about the kidnapping, right? It's quite simple, really. It's because darling little John is in my care right now. Snap! Not good. I love that ringtone is the Mozilla theme. Oh no, no. That's what I'm thinking of right now. Oh my gosh, yes, those shirts! I wanted those Zelda and Link ones which is the one from today that you got? Man, I wanted that Zelda and Link shirt so badly. I couldn't. I was like, I restrained myself. I'm like trying to restrain myself from buying shirts until we actually have the chance to like clean out this closet, because the closet in the closet kind of fell apart. So I'm like restraining myself. I'm like, don't buy any shirts until that closet is fixed. So like I can put them away neatly, you know, but I missed it. I can't. The shirt's gone. They're only available for 24 hours, and then that's it. Oh my god. Maya Fey is not evil. She has never been evil. Oh my goodness gracious. It's gonna be one of those cases, isn't it? I'm wondering what kind of case you mean by that, Chris. What? Huh? Oh, back to voice changer. You seem surprised. If only I could see the look on your faces. Quickly, little Kay. You have to hurry and steal him back. You wouldn't want to tarnish the Yatagara Susan name on your first job, would you? You even know it's my first job? Why does this person know everything in so much detail? Well, I suppose I can't blame you for your mistake. It seems Blaze was after John as well, you see. So there were 2 kidnappings. He's such a fool, you know. Kidnapping his own son instead. Is John there with you? If he is, then I would like to hear his voice. He's here, but I'm afraid I can't do that. You see, he's asleep right now. In that case, there's no way for us to know if you really kidnapped John or not. I suppose you don't believe me I suppose you don't have to believe me if you don't want to. What is your objective? Is it to get Patricia Rowland declared not guilty? A not guilty verdict, eh? I couldn't care less about that. So, his objective is different from Blaze's. I think I'll keep my objective a secret for now. Well then, I must be going. I hope you enjoy yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. Don't think you can get away with this. Then come and get me. I'll be looking forward to it. That is, if you can bring me justice. but I highly doubt that. I don't like whatever that ended in. It's not Maya! Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I need to sip, hold on. Who in the world was that? I don't know. We don't have enough information. Darn it, we're totally clueless. Meanwhile, they seem to know everything about us. Know everything about us? Okay, you're right. Thinking about it, it is strange. How does the culprit know so much about us? It's so weird. I mean, they even know about the kidnapping. We must figure out how the culprit was able to obtain that information. I must recall, what exactly did that person know? You and Miss Courtney are really quite alike. So it was Courtney coming to see Edgeworth in the detention center, knowing it's Kay's first job. A lot of that is really hecking personal, and now I'm starting to wonder how close we are to this person. Like, that's kind of freaking me out. Like, how can it, unless we got a bug planted on us, but I don't think we do. That's it. By analyzing our conversation with the culprit, I figured it out, Kay. I know the source of this person's information. What, really? In all likelihood, this person is he has been tailing us, has been taking photos of us, has planted a bug on us. I kind of thought we had a bug. I mean, that was literally my first idea. I believe it is highly likely that we have been bugged. Bugged? If you recall what that person said, what if the badge has been bugged? We don't know what's been, we have no idea what's been, but I was like, that's the first thing I thought of. If they couldn't see our faces, that means they weren't taking our pictures or following us. Then they must have planted a bug somewhere. Could it be in my stuff? Was there anything they could have had a chance to bug? There must be a hint somewhere in our conversation just now. That's right, that person knew something they shouldn't have. The conversation between Judge Courtney and myself in the visitor's room. Did Courtney give us anything? I don't remember her giving us anything. The only evidence I had with me at that time was, where was the bug planted? I don't remember. What did I have? Oh no. I honestly don't remember. Oh shoot. Don't tell me it's the badge because the badge is always on me. Oh my god. Can I check the badge? I'll hold the phone. I need to see. I'm getting really hecking suspicious. Wait a minute. Okay, I don't see anything, but I'm still not buying it. You know what? For once, I'm going to humor everybody. 2 bagels. I'm going to humor everybody and say it's the badge, because that never leaves my side. Okay, may I see your badge? Mayatagarasu's badge? No way! Why not? Mr. Edgeworth, just because you became a great thief's assistant doesn't mean you're ready to wear this badge yet. That's not it. It's very likely that a bug was planted in it. What? In my badge? Let's take a closer look. No, I didn't see anything. Is it in the circular? There's no way Nacho knew. Shenanigans. Shenanigans. Hold the phone. I've been wondering about this for some time now. Did you inherit that badge from your predecessor too? Nope, there wasn't one, so I made my own. I thought so. It is rather conspicuous. I think you're just about the only thief who'd ever want to wear something like that. Hey, stop making fun of me. I was wondering if that would like open up if I pressed it or something. I don't know, the back of the badge? Oh, you gotta be kidding me! It seems I was right. Quick, throw it! Run it over with the cab! How did you know? The person had been in contact with you. You mean when I was knocked unconscious? Yes, that's why I thought one of your possessions might have been bugged. However, that person has also overheard my conversation with Judge Courtney, even though that conversation took place in the visitor's room with just the two of us. So you were holding on to it at that time? Exactly. All the other evidence had been taken away from me. See, Okami, no, it's not always the badge. I'm sorry, let's rephrase that. See, Okami, sometimes it's the badge. Sometimes I run, sometimes I hide, sometimes it's the badge. Darn it, I'm upset. Only the Yachigarasu's badge remained with me. So this creep's been listening in on us the whole time. Indeed, that must be how they knew about all the information we collected. Does that mean they're also listening in on this conversation? Most likely. Hey, Buster! Kay! Eavesdropping is for cowards! Why don't you come out here and fight us fair and square? Oh. Well, they probably hung up. What was that sound just now? Oh! Huh? That's Nicole! Honestly, y'all scared the bejesus out of me. Your voice was so loud there, little missy. I was so surprised I done fell flat on my behind. I'm sorry. What were you getting so riled up for? You gotta hear this. It really grinds my gears. Yeah? Okay, please just leave it at that. Unless you want to make tomorrow morning's headlines. Oh, that was close. Aw, shucks. Don't be such a stick in the mud. What's wrong with letting a gal open her heart and spill the beans? For now, I'll turn the bug off. So, did you find the kidnappers? Miss Swift, was the boy you saw being kidnapped this boy in the photo? Nope, they ain't nothing alike. He had a more stupid-looking face and was wearing a collared school uniform. I thought so. Yet again, we were led astray by this woman's testimony. We will have to conduct our investigation all over again. So we're back where we started. Are there any new leads? It was so hard not to joke at all during that point. Were you really holding it in, Tylenose? There's only 20 minutes left until 2 o'clock. Will we be able to make it in time? Mr. Edgeworth, about that phone call just now. Wasn't there a strange sound at the end? A strange sound? Yeah, the ba-boom? Like, that kind of alarmed me. Ooh, hold on. Water break. Oh, gosh. I should have made tea. Now that you mention it, it sounded like an explosion. An earth-shattering kaboom. Sploosh. It might be a hint to establish the culprit's whereabouts. I see. The sound of an explosion, eh? I would appreciate it if you stopped eavesdropping on us. Mr. Prosecutor, you're as stingy as ever. I saw that, Akechi. First, let's see what she has to say. Alright, see what she has to say first is probably priority. All my hard work's helped me move the case forward. I reckon it's all in a good day's work. I'm not sure about that. We've been chasing after an entirely different person. Indeed, it seems she did not properly examine the photo earlier. What now? Was my info really all that bad? No, some of the blame also falls on us for relying on a dubious information source. It's time for us to regroup and start over. Could you hold a sec? If you think I'm staying quiet after being called a dubious source, you got another thing coming. Fine then, guess I'll just have to tell you about the scoop I've been saving. You've been saving a scoop? Can you tell me about it? Although I'm not expecting much, let's hear it. What is this scoop of yours? It's Moozilla. I have decisive evidence that the mighty Moozilla exists. Okay, let's go, Kay. He's like, nah, that's it. Hold up, I'm being serious. Y'all might not believe it, but it's true. We don't have much time, but I guess there's no other way. Would this decisive evidence of yours be something you recorded on that tape recorder? That's Mr. Edgeworth for ya. You're good at figuring things out, aren't ya? It's the sound of Moozilla spewing out fire. This place nearly became a sea of flames. If you say so. Don't make that face. If you think I'm lying, then have a listen for yourself. Ready? Here comes the flame. How was that? It's hard to tell over your shouting, but if you say so, I guess they could be flames. Miss Swift, did you truly witness these so-called flames? Well, to tell you the truth, I didn't really see it with my own two eyes. On account of, I wasn't actually there at the time. If Moozilla had appeared, wouldn't you have noticed no matter where you were? Well, I was a ways off and was using a slightly unusual recording method, so... Could you explain to me this recording method in more detail? Guess I just dug my own grave. Truth is, I was aiming for a scoop, so I did me some wireless wiretapping. Wait a minute, wireless wiretapping? If there's no wires, how'd you tap them? Okay, please don't concern yourself with the semantics. She was simply intercepting wireless communications and listening in without permission. I've been spending the last few days scooping out the Grand Tower with my mentor. So you were investigating the black market auctions. In that case, you naturally would have tapped the immediate area surrounding the Grand Tower. You betcha, but right then and there, I hear an ear-shattering roar. Finally, Moozilla appears. My heart is pounding. I feel him drawing near. So, everything except the sound is just her own personal impressions, right? In the end, it seems that you didn't actually see anything. Well, I reckon writing's more my thing. Anyways, as I continue tuning in on the situation, little Miss K over there almost shatters my eardrums. Oh, with the whole yelling at the... Yeah. To be fair, in this situation, nobody should have been eavesdropping. I have to be the adult here and say it. Nobody should be doing that. But then again, this is a game where crime's taking place, so guess it's gonna happen. I see, Miss Swift. Well, but you still shouldn't do it. Sailor Moon says, while you were eavesdropping, you were surprised by Kay's voice and fell over. In other words, you did not hear her voice directly. You heard it via the radio waves emitted by the bug, did you not? What? Then, does that mean the one who planted the bug on me was... I was just eavesdropping. I never stooped to bugging nobody. Miss Swift, do you mind if we borrow that tape for a while? Just do what you please already. Okay. Mr. Edgeworth! Or was that Regina who was calling for me? Mr. Keys, Miss Berry. There's the monkey. Did you find him? Not yet. Just where could John be? John? No, it's nothing. Don't worry about it.
Welcome to I'm Gonna Choke US Customs for wasting 2 weeks of my time and causing me so much stress.
Oh, fam! Why, thank you for the 100 bits, too. It's over. You can relax tonight, finally. Also, would it help if I said I'm also very peeved at them? Oh, Claire needs, guys, Claire needs really big hugs, for real. And then me messing up on social media and being like, oops, I said that. I was like, everybody give a Claire big love because of everything. And I accidentally did it under the Birdism account. And then I have to go under my Facebook account. I'm like, Jen, I'm sorry. Listen. What? Yeah? I'm listening. I'm just saying, you did. I'm just saying. No, fam, it is okay. Fam, we told you this repeatedly. Not your fault. Trust me, I had issues with customs before. Like just holding my books for like over a month, and I'm like, what are y'all doing? I'm like, can I get my book, please? I'm like, we are professionals, yes, stonks, A+ job. We know what we're doing, clearly. I know how to run social media. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh my gosh. What game, huh? Like this game, huh? I mean, right now we're trying to find a small child that was kidnapped on the set of the new Mozilla movie. They don't know anything about the kidnapping. Regardless, regarding Sebastian's, we found him not too long ago. Really? That's great. Thank you so much. Now I won't be arrested again. Yeah, that is a good thing to celebrate. I'm not gonna lie. Stonks. The good news is they're on their way. For a minute, I think Customs kept doing to you, like, where it's like, no, the pizza's coming, it'll be here soon. And it's like, what's that one scene in, what is it, Spider-Man 2, Spider-Man 3, I can't remember, where he keeps being late delivering pizza, but the pizza's coming, it'll be here soon. Gumshoe? Is that you? That is totally Gummy. Gummy, why are you running away? No, you get back here. Detective Gumshoe. When Mr. Edgeworth gave up his prosecutor's badge.
If the child has been kidnapped, you should wake him up.
I don't know where he is! Thank you for the 100 bits, Claire. The problem is, I don't know where he is. I have 20 minutes to find this child, and I don't have a shred of evidence. Oh, it is him. When Mr. Edge, oh yeah, I read that. I just didn't know what to do. Detective Gumshoe, don't follow me. I should have read that in Breath of the Wild, Zelda's voice. And stop following me. That's what I should have read that. Oh gosh. And then I began to think, if Mr. Edgeworth isn't a prosecutor anymore, does that mean I'm no longer a detective? But that's not true. Even without Mr. Edgeworth, I'm still a detective, and investigating is my job. Detectives don't investigate just for the sake of prosecutors, pal. That's why even if I'm on my own, I won't stop investigating. So, Claire, you don't have to. It's always super appreciated. I just want you to know, only because you've been doing so much for me, and because you've been so hecking stressed, you don't have to. I love and appreciate you if you do, regardless. I just want you to know, because I love you. Because because look, my anxiety's kicking in. So you've been investigating by yourself? I just want to make sure, Claire, because I want to make sure you're okay and the birds are okay, and you've been really good to me with this job, and it sounds like I'm passing a kidney stone right now. Then perhaps at that time, you should thank your former subordinate. He gave me some valuable information which may save Kay Faraday. Oh, Gummy. So, Jill Crane's autopsy report. I went to the detention center to see how Kay was doing. That's when I heard. When you get to where I am, Okami, you've been a godsend in customer service. I haven't been doing a lot. I haven't been. I just talk to people. I try to make them happy, and I just do the repetitive work. Like, it's okay. I'm sorry, I have to keep asking you for help every time I need to, finalize an invoice because QuickBooks is a butt. You heard that conversation. That's right, and that's why I looked over the evidence again myself, sir. Gummy, that's amazing. So it was you who saved me. Okay, I'm really glad you got your memories back. Thank you. Do you get it now? I can investigate on my own. Gummy, don't run away. You've already proven that you can investigate on your own. After all, you saved me. I just want to keep getting you cash even after the holiday season. I know, that's why I'm saying you don't have to, because I know you're trying to help me keep my job. That's why I'm saying I love you. Detective, I need your help. Currently, I'm not a prosecutor, nor am I much of anything else. Even so, I will pursue this case. I will ask you not as a prosecutor, but as a friend. Yes, Bird Bucks. The BB. The V. It's not hot cash, it's Burb Cash. Get $15 off your $30 purchase. I'm gonna say to Jen, that's what we need to do, but we can't call it hot cash. We gotta call it Burb Cash. Detective Gumshoe, will you help us? Oh, Gummy, you have to help. Oh, please cut it out, sir. Gummy! Okay, I get it, pal. I can't bear to see Mr. Edgeworth bowing his head at me like this. Gummy! Thank you, detective. What do you want me to do, sir? Investigation. Detective Gumshoe, please tell me what you found in your investigation so far. Roger, leave it to me, sir. I have 3 things to report. First up is about Kay's clothes that were sent to the crime lab. Traces of an extremely powerful sleeping drug called SleepyzZz were found in them. The only part about this, I think SleepyzZz is a little too on the head for what a medication does. Like NyQuil, at least, hi, it's kind of clever how they spell it, and it's short for night, like NyQuil. Like NyQuil. Okay, see, it's kind of creative. It's still a little on the nose, but kind of creative. That just straight up is like, oh, hey, are you tired? Take sleep. Then sleep. ZQuil. Wait, is ZQuil at, oh my gosh. Wait, oh my gosh, it is actually a thing. Man, I thought I've tried, maybe I have tried this in the past and I just don't remember. So this is just literally NyQuil, but when you're not sick. No. Excuse me. Excuse me. Pardon me. Oh, thank you. I was already up. Okami's legs. Okami's legs. Oh, it's off-brand. Okay. That would explain it. Oh, I missed an alert. I missed an alert, but thank you. You guys laugh at Burp Cash, but we do have a rewards program. I know we do, but we just don't call it Burp Cash. I think we're just missing out on not calling it Burp Cash. Oh, you didn't have to. Thank you. What flavors did you get, if you don't mind me asking? I know, I'm waiting to try ours. We still haven't tried it yet. I like to see you wiggle wiggle, for sure. Makes me wanna, I want Gummy to sing this. No sweat. No, I said no sweat. Darn it, I messed up. Oh gosh. Why? Offer the seed to Saint Cody and D. Offer him all your seed. Edgeworth does got the cereal. He's reaching out, but can never quite get it. Traces, oh yeah, it's SleepyzZz. So that means after Kay was drugged at Gourd Lake, she was brought to the roof of the Grand Tower. That's right, sir. Now for item number 2. The footage from the security camera at the Grand Tower's elevator. The footage that captured President Huang and Judge Courtney going up to the roof. The elevator is generally the only way to get to the rooftop. And if the elevator was used, that the person who used it would be caught on camera. Can't talk. Exactly. In other words, if you look over the footage from a couple of days ago, you should be able to see an unconscious Kay being carried up to the rooftop. But Gummy, does that mean you? I checked out all the footage from before the incident 2 days ago on Fast Forward. I see, and the results? Well, actually, nothing came up, sir. Kay never showed up on the tape at all. That was unexpected. I guess it wouldn't be so easy. How was Kay brought up to the roof of the tower? I should take a moment to carefully consider the possibilities. Well then, let's hear your third and final report. Yes, sir. Last but not least, the most important thing to report. I'm so happy to be able to investigate with you again, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm gonna give it my all to arrest the culprit. That is all, sir. I apologize for putting you through so much, Detective Gumshoe. However, that was your most important report. It had nothing to do with the case at all. I would have preferred something that's actually useful. That merciless attitude, that's the Mr. Edgeworth I know, sir. Hold on, I need a sip of water. You got cocoa, cookies and cream cinnamon roll, and peanut butter. Is the cinnamon back? Because I thought cinnamon was a limited time thing. Hold on, I'm really curious. Is it back? Wait a minute, is it? Wait, is that always on? Wait, is cinnamon always available? Wait, I need to check. Because there were some that I wanted that you can't find, like, all the time. I'm like, wait a minute, is that one back? I'm double checking. Is it? Oh, see, I'm wondering, is cinnamon roll permanent? I thought that one was limited. Maybe I'm just crazy. You know what? I'm just crazy. I'm totally crazy. Forget it. I'm gonna close out of that. I know we're gonna try peanut butter because JT was like team peanut butter, and I was like, okay, we'll try peanut butter because like JT lives off of peanut butter sandwiches. I swear. Edgeworth, I mean, a little bit, but again, Gummy is the purest one. He is the purest soul in this series, in my opinion. Up there with Pearl and Gummy. Gosh, I'm thinking. No, I'm getting some. Don't worry, I am getting some. Yeah, no, because like those no, I'm getting some. I think it was peanut butter. I have to double check. The kidnapping. A young boy has been kidnapped. I want you to help us search for him. Kidnapping, sir. The victim is a boy by the name of John Marsh. The kid with the horns. Yes, do you know about him? I saw that boy myself, sir. Was that this morning? That's right, he came out of that trailer over there and then he walked towards the garbage pickup area. The garbage pickup area? It's right over there, pal. That's where all the trash from the Grand Tower's offices is collected. I don't know what happened after that, since I left the place around then. It seems we must investigate the garbage pickup area. All right, let's go do that. Garbage pickup area. Gummy said John headed towards the garbage pickup area. Indeed, there might be some traces of him left behind. I won't rest until I've inspected every John Marsh from Red Dead Redemption. No, not the same. No, this is the small child. Looks like that he's the main star in Moozilla. He can telepathically communicate with Moozilla using the horns on his head. Looks like the garbage pickup area is locked. Someone spilled milk. They spilled milk and there's no cereal. That's a waste of spilled milk. It's probably to prevent people outside of the Grand Tower from disposing of their trash here. Dude, come on. Someone has to clean that up. This milk carton is... It's the one John was drinking out of. There's no mistake. Something must have happened to John here. Okay, that's a different story if he accidentally dropped it. I don't have a key. Looks like the garbage pickup area is locked. Garbage pickup's at 11. The garbage pickup time is at 11 a.m., so that's why there's no trash. When I looked around here earlier, the place was overflowing with garbage, sir. Looks like today is the day when bulk waste is collected during the garbage pickup. There really were a lot of bulky items placed here, pal. The garbage truck's compactor can crush any kind of garbage to dust. No, it seems in the case of bulk waste, it is transported as is without being crushed. Huh, why do you know about how bulk waste is disposed of, Mr. Edgeworth? Maybe Mr. Shields, in order to accomplish his... Maybe Mr. Shields, in order to accomplish his Mr. Edgeworth acquisition plan. Gosh, I can't talk. He needs some milk. I need some milk. Send him something like a moving process instructional brochure. There are times when you're so sharp, it's scary, although they're few and far between. Combined with Detective Gumshoe's testimony, the chances are high that John was attacked at the garbage pickup area. If it was here, there wouldn't be many witnesses. But why would John have come to a place like this? It would be natural to think that he came here to throw something away. We have no way of knowing since the garbage truck has already collected everything. Darn you, garbage truck! Not collecting my trash when I needed, then collecting my trash when I realized I threw something away that I shouldn't have. That's a lot. Oh my gosh. Was there anything else there that I'm missing? It's still pointing that way. 3 footprints, cars that came through, garbage pickup, sound of an explosion. Cars that came through? Well, I mean, the garbage truck would have had to come through, right? I don't know if those two are related. Ooh. The only vehicles that came through the plaza this morning were the taxi and a blue truck. And Mr. DeBest was kidnapped in that taxi. Yes, meanwhile, John was attacked in the garbage pickup area. And the garbage was collected from there at 11 a.m. Oh, I've got it, sir! The blue truck was actually... That's right, the blue truck that came through the plaza was a garbage truck. However, be that as it may, the officer who gave us this information made no mention that the blue truck was a garbage truck. Talk about careless. How could someone mistake a garbage truck for a normal truck? That's not it, Kay. Today was the day for the collection of bulk waste. I suspect it was a standard truck without a trash compactor that came by to collect trash. John was taken away by this garbage truck. And where do garbage trucks go? To the dump, of course! Hold up! The culprit was disguised as a garbage collector, right? Then the truck was probably fake too. How do we know they really went to the dump? No, the garbage truck should have been real. Why's that? That will be made clear if you simply take a look at the garbage pickup area. Because garbage pickup's at 11? That is legit. The only thing I can think of is the sign, because it's also blue on the sign. Shrug? There's something important there. The spot alone is evidence enough that the garbage truck was a real one. Wouldn't you agree? No, I don't. Oh, I guess that's not it. Absent chat. The only other thing here is the lock and the milk, so it's gotta be the lock. Legit, I got nothing else suspicious here. The garbage pickup area is locked. Only a real garbage collector could have unlocked it to collect the trash. Precisely. Wow, I should have realized that too. I just slapped myself on the head. We should assume that a genuine garbage truck was used. For example, the kidnapper could have put John into a large cardboard box. If the box was mixed in with the rest of the bulk waste, the garbage collector would have carried John away without even knowing it. Exactly. The culprit would then lie in wait at the garbage dump. And if they said, I threw it away by mistake, the box would be returned to them. Any garbage dumps nearby? Let's see. There's 2 of them. Pokemon Dusk and Pokemon Dawn. I couldn't resist. Spilt milk is not suspicious. Oh no, the spilt milk is suspicious. It's just the spilt milk. I don't think you can relate to proving that a genuine garbage truck was here. Could there be a hint in any of the information I hold? That's a good question. I have no idea. These are kind of the only things I have. Oh no, wait, it was added. Which garbage dump? Sound of an explosion. I feel like neither of these are going to connect with that. Do 3 footprints and sound of an explosion go together, though? Just out of curiosity. Nope, they do not. Okay, well, I had a feeling, but I had to check. Boom. Okay. I haven't talked to Regina or Simon, so I'm gonna do that next. I just realized I should talk to them. As expected of Mr. Edgeworth, how did you find him? Naturally, it was all thanks to his powers of logic and reasoning. Actually, it was just a coincidence. I guess we weren't any help at all, were we? Don't be silly, of course you helped. Really, thanks a lot. Thanks for that, Maple. Talk to the monkey? I don't think I can. Where were you guys searching, Simon? It was a bit far off, but we searched around the Sunshine Coliseum. The Sunshine Coliseum, so they were by the shore. There were a lot of people at the event there, so I thought he might have gone as well. An event? Sounds like fun! Is it a festival? I want to go too! We're a little busy right now, Kay. It was a lot of fun. There were food stands, fireworks, and much more. Simon got worn out by all the people in the crowd pretty quickly, though. You didn't have to tell them that. Listen, as somebody who is, like, socially, socially and, inept, I also get overwhelmed by crowds very easily, especially in cons, and I'm like, oh my gosh, don't look at anybody in the eye. Not super important, but just a fun fact for anyone who forgot, Sunshine Coliseum was also the place the magic show was held in Apollo Justice. I do remember that. I actually like how it's back here. It's a little throwback. At any rate, I'm glad you were able to find him so quickly. Why is that? The truth is, our circus show is about to start soon. So I don't think we would have been able to help out with the search much longer. Sorry to burden you with this when you also needed to prepare for your performance. No, it's okay. Please don't worry about it. After all, I also didn't want to get arrested again. I'm so relieved you were able to find him, Mr. Edgeworth. Yeah, but the warden still hasn't been declared guilty yet. What? So you're saying there's still a chance I might be arrested? No way. Okay, please don't tease him. Okay, no, I cannot talk to the monkey. Let's see if Regina has anything. Even though Regina also searched with her friends. Aw, we were beaten to the punch. By friends, does she mean her animals? These are my animals. They are very furry. And he's running away from me. Sure, why? If I recall correctly, wasn't the Very Big Circus supposed to have a big performance today? Yep, that's right. We've all been practicing a lot for this upcoming performance. Will Simon also be performing? Of course, he's been practicing really hard even though he keeps saying no way, no way, no way. He even wrote in a balloon and did lots of advertising for us. So, Mr. Edgeworth, you should also come by and see Simon's heroics. Very well, that is, if we're able to successfully solve this case. They always zoom. If they're not zooming, they loafin'. It sounded like you were saying you used animals in your search. Yep, I thought we would be able to find him if I used Regent and a steak, but Simon said no way, no way, no way, no way, and stopped me. No fun. If Simon hadn't been there, there would probably be a mass panic, right? Yeah, an elephant and a tiger in the street. Simon, why did you stop her? It would have made the city more fun, like the circus. Mr. Edgeworth, please forgive me. Why is he apologizing to me? I haven't said anything. All right, back up. Oh my gosh. Hi, Rob. How are you? No, he legit was the one who was like, all right, let's not use the animals. Let's search responsibly. Let's not ride an elephant that I forget is how many tons. I forgot how much do Asian elephants weigh. Wait, I actually have to look it up because wait, hold the phone. I'm sorry. Oh, that's a lot. How many tons? Let's. But an animal that can be between 2 and 5 tons down a city block, and a tiger, which is just like a big kitty, but you still don't want to be anywhere near it. No, do not. Oh, what am I doing? What am I doing? Did I get any logic out of that? I have to double check. Event at the Coliseum was added. So I'm gonna say frick. There are food stands and fireworks at the Sunshine Coliseum. Is the Coliseum closer to one of the dumps? I'm wondering. Can I check my organizer really quick? Do I have a map in here? I wanted to look at that map again. I don't have it. I'm wondering if maybe... I mean, these two didn't match up. These two definitely don't go with that. These two didn't go together. You don't go with that. You don't go with that. I'm wondering if this goes with either sound, if there was a really loud sound at the Coliseum, or with the garbage dump. That's what I'm wondering. I'm gonna say, just because this has the map on it, I don't know. Can you figure it out? No, you cannot. Okay. That is a lot of elephant. Is he snacking? Oh, he is snacking. Oh my gosh, Joker, your pellet's all over the floor. I love these piggies. I love them so much, but they dump their pellets all over the floor, and I'm like, why can't we just eat out of the bowls? Like we're not heathens. Joker. I'm just saying, it's harder for you to eat that way. In a bowl, darn it. So, would event at the Coliseum go with the sound of an explosion? I'm trying. Those two do. Mr. Keys, didn't you say that there were fireworks at the Coliseum? 'Cause baby, you're fire. Oh, that explains it. I just figured it out. What about them? Were those fireworks set off during the day? Yeah, even just while we were there, a bunch of them were set off, but you can't really see them. What's the point of lighting them during the day? What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? That explosion sound we heard at the end of the kidnapper's phone call could very well have been the fireworks. Why do you want to eat a... Wait, did you mention... what's a blower? I'm sorry, Nacho. For the sound to have been picked up by the phone, it must have been fairly loud. So that means the culprit was near the Coliseum. so now can I connect those two that I was originally thinking of? Even so, I bet the fireworks could be heard in lots of places around the calls. Was it boulder? I wasn't sure. So do I want to eat with a boulder? How does a boulder eat with me? How can I dine in with the boulder? I can dine in for myself, but how am I supposed to dine in with a boulder? I would not eat it with a boulder. I would not eat it with my roller. Shoot, nothing rhymes with boulder. I tried. I tried. Indeed, it would be impossible for us to search the entire area by ourselves. If only we could have the police lend us a hand. I would not eat it on your shoulder. Look, there you go. Nacho, you're better at that than me, darn it. Near the Coliseum, which, yeah, suck a green egg and ham. Yeah, just suck the whole piece of ham, right? That's how that works. Oh my god. Yes, we already know their management needs a little work. I will say, even me and Eclair have better management than the Very Big Circus. That's saying a lot. Based on the explosion sound we heard from the kidnapper's phone, we know that John is being confined someplace in the vicinity of the Coliseum. One of the garbage dumps is right next to the Coliseum. John was almost certainly taken there, in which case, the place he is being confined to must also be somewhere close by. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Could I ask you to search the area around this garbage dump? You don't have to ask me like we're strangers, sir. It feels so distant. Please just order me around like you normally do. Are you sure, Detective? Right now, I'm not a prosecutor. Didn't I tell you, sir? Detectives don't just investigate for the sake of prosecutors. You have my thanks, Detective. Whew! There we go. Mr. Edgeworth, look, it's almost time. Yes, it would be best if we hurry. They should also be at their limit. Detective Gumshoe, I'm counting on you. Leave it to me, sir. This may be an unofficial investigation, but I'll call in all of my pals from the station to help. I'll help too. Stealing John back is my job, after all. I will be returning to the courtroom. I might be able to draw out some more time. Okay, well then, even in the depths of night. The clock just struck 2. We have to hurry. Yes, sir. My introduction! When no other bird dares to take flight, she's still going. She's gonna be out of breath by the time they run all the way there. Wait, I gotta see how they're... Okay, so I'm just really hoping for some slapstick right now or something. Like, you know they have to hold up this trial. And I just want Uncle Ray to be in France that's going to be doing some wacky shenanigans right now, complete with the laugh track in the courtroom. Darn it! I wanted my laugh track. Well, well, well. What have we here? Santa Claus. Ooh, I'm really scared. Why did I just give him the Oogie Boogie voice? Why did I even go there? Hi, I'm Random. What's your name? Well, 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 if it isn't former Prosecutor Edgeworth. Blaze the best. Witness, face forward. They're not done talking yet. Like I said, you see, why exactly what I have needed to help that person out, Your Honor. You know, it's a crying shame. Having a beautiful woman declared guilty, honestly, it brings tears to my eyes. But you see, there's no reason for me to go out of my way to hide evidence just to save her. However, we still have the testimony of your son, Prosecutor DeBest. He testified that he handed the evidence over to you. Well, I haven't the slightest clue what he was talking about. I simply can't imagine why Sebastian would have said something like that, you know. What What if there is evidence that shows your connection with Warden Roland? And just what do you think you're doing, former Prosecutor Edgeworth? I was under the impression that you were no longer in any position to stand in court. Mine's Edgeworth. How dare you barge into my prosecutor's bench? Franziska, I'm sorry. I need you to lend me the bench for a little while. What are you saying? Judge Courtney, I brought vital evidence related to this case. Your Honor, please allow me to testify. She'd never allow it.
Objection.
Courtney Pie, Uncle Ray also asked that he be allowed to testify. There are no objections from the prosecution either, right? Understood. The prosecution also has no objections.
Objection.
There's no way you can allow something like this, you know, such high-handed methods. Yeah, why did nobody take that away from him before we started trial? I'm a little concerned he was never... Do courtrooms just not inspect people before they go on trial? I'm actually really curious, do they not? I'm actually a little alarmed if they don't for some reason. He hop in the hay. The hay ball, he hop out of the hay. Darn it, he noticed. Surely you are enough to warrant being held in contempt of court, wouldn't you say, Courtney? As long as John is still in danger, Judge Courtney cannot rule against the warden. I must convey to her somehow that the search for her son is progressing. Judge Courtney, I ask that you have faith in me and my assistant. Now that you mention it, where exactly is she? She is currently out searching for the most important piece of evidence.
Objection.
It's a waste of time. There's no such evidence. Are you stalling for time? How disgraceful.
Objection.
Most important piece of evidence, huh, Courtney Pie? I don't really know what that evidence is, but I think we should have faith in her. After all, even if she may not look like it, she's still the great thief Yatagarasu. Somehow it seems that Mr. Shields understands. Judge Courtney, we've already determined the general location of that evidence. It's only a matter of time before she steals the evidence back. I understand. I accidentally skipped, I'm sorry. Thank you, Your Honor. We got it. This is ridiculous. Wait. This vital evidence that you have found, please present it to the court. Blaze DeBest and Patricia Rowland are somehow connected. Allow me to present the evidence that proves it. Wait. Listen, I'm still a little worried he has a lighter. And we kind of already know this guy's off the rails. I mean, he kidnapped his own son. So, I'm just saying, I think someone should have taken that from him. You know, I would have been like, please put that thing back where it came from. If you're gonna take it out, the judge should at least point out, hey, bailiff, could you could you hand that over to our bailiff? You know, this game is Kangaroo Court, but it's definitely entertaining. Listen, Kangaroo Court is the only court I ever want to be a part of. Because then I could just sit there with my popcorn and just be like, watching this. I'd be sitting there with my box of Magic Spoon watching the whole thing. I don't know what to expect, I know. I still remember the report. I still remember we have that. Okay, they usually do, even if you are a jurist. Okay, good. Because I was actually worried they didn't. I was gonna be like, excuse me?
Take that!
This document contains a detailed report regarding the interrogation of a certain man. A certain man? That man being the late Horace Knightley. And the one who interrogated him was the defendant in this trial, Patricia Rowland. So that means that was the interrogation where... That's right. Patricia Rowland murdered Knightley in the aftermath of the interrogation, and that very interrogation has been recorded in this written report. That definitely sounds like vital evidence. Miles Edgeworth, just now you referred to that document as a written report. Now, just who in the world was that report written for? I thought you might ask that, Franziska. And that's precisely what is most important about this report. We found this document inside the safe in the storeroom on the 51st floor of the Grand Tower. The 51st floor, the storeroom for the black market auction. Indeed, and the conductor of the auction was you, Blaze DeBest. You received a report about the victim from Warden Roland. In the face of this evidence, can you still say you have no connection to this case? In regards to that, I refuse to answer. What? It is yet to be proven in court that I was the conductor of the black market auction. Oh, have you already forgotten the events of this morning? I believe I had already proved it back then, did I not? I will not deny that I was bested by you. However, that was at the crime scene. Who knows if the results will be the same in court? An acquittal is still possible, you see. Until it's been proven in court that I am the conductor of the black market auctions. You can't prove that document was addressed to me. Your logic is twisted. That's not very nice, you know. My logic isn't twisted, is it, Courtney? Don't you feel the same way? It was quite unlike you to allow former Prosecutor Edgeworth's statement just now, you know. It saddens me, you see, that you would fail to uphold the law as a judge should. In fact, I'm so upset by this, I may have no other choice but to use my last resort, you know. Don't you dare be using this child as fricking... threats. It is, as you say, something that has not been proven in court does not merit any deliberation. I will have to overrule Mr. Edgeworth's claim. As I thought, until John has been rescued. You see, the truth at the scene and the truth in the courtroom are two very different things. So you're saying the truth can be distorted in court as long as it's for your sake. What a horrible thing to say. I'm not distorting the truth or anything like that, you know. If a not guilty verdict is handed down, then that becomes the truth. That is all, you see. It's useless. There's nothing we can do unless the missing evidence turns up. Now then, Courtney, why don't you deliver a not guilty verdict and let's get this over with? After all, that evidence isn't gonna show up anytime soon, you know.
Objection!
Oh, Sebastian? Hold the freaking phone, I know that was him. Who raised an objection just now? Is he finally standing up for himself? Oh my god, son, good for you. Oh my heck. He's doing it. He's becoming somebody for himself, and he's standing up to his trash dad. Good for freaking you. You deserve I'm actually really proud of him right now. This is character development. I am so hecking proud of him. Pops. Sebastian? Why did you come back here now of all times? Oh. Sebastian, what is the meaning of this? Just where were you, and what have you been doing since you abandoned your own trial? I'm sorry, I was, Such an act is unbecoming of a prosecutor. You should be ashamed. Well... Sebastian, you still don't get it, you know. This court is no place for a sniveling child such as yourself. Pops, Dry your face, boy. I've come to present new evidence, Your Honor. Please, let me take my place back at the prosecutor's bench. Sebastian, I didn't think he would come back.
Objection!
What's all this now, Sebastian? You don't seem at all like your normal self. Pops. Come now, what's the matter? You want Daddy to play with you? Is that it? Well then, why don't we just head on back home? Return to the witness stand! What's wrong? You're shaking like a leaf.
Objection!
This boy is doing it. Your Honor, I believe in him. The prosecutor officially in charge of this case has just arrived with new evidence. The trial is still in session. In light of this, shouldn't we continue with the proceedings? Naturally, the defense has no objections, Your Honor. I'm sure the defense attorney originally in charge would say the same. The prosecution has no objections either, Your Honor. Continue with the proceedings? That won't be necessary. Isn't that right, Courtney? Blaze still believes that he was the one who kidnapped John. As long as John still hasn't been found, Judge Courtney will remain bound by Blaze and nothing else will change that. Mozilla? That sound is... Oh wait, it's her phone. Her cell phone? You know, I just have to say, how come me and Judge Courtney have the same... I have the Godzilla ringtone as my phone ringtone at points. Me and Courtney have had the same ringtones at some points. I find that just a little weird. Anyway, my phone as well. Uncle Ray's phone is, oh gosh, all these phones. Turns out it's just a severe weather alert. They're all gonna have a really bad snowstorm. Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Shields. They got him! We found John, sir. We rescued John. Excellent work, detective. That kid was the most important piece of evidence, right? Way to go, Kay. I wanted to spread the word quickly, so I had everyone call. The Steel Samurai and Mozilla collab. Judge Courtney, it's for you. Yes, I see. I'm so glad you're safe. Make sure you properly thank everyone, okay? Be careful and come home safe. I'm probably just tearing up because it's a mother worried for her child, but I'm tearing up a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. Let us resume the proceedings. Now that I may once again swing my gavel to my heart's content. Oh, you're gonna get it now. You're kidding, right? This is just a sad joke, you know. Wait. Witness, this is no joke. Please return to the stand. Prosecutor DeBest as well. Promptly return to your seat at the prosecutor's bench. Yes, Your Honor. Sebastian DeBest. Yes, Miss Von Carmo? I leave the rest to you. Huh? Going up against your own father, it won't be easy. I shall observe how things pan out from the gallery. You can do it! Believe in yourself! Oh, she's definitely out for blood. And, oh yeah, never piss off a mom. Like, yeah, don't do it. To quote Jeff Goldblum, in The Lost World, Mommy's very angry. Don't do it. I would also be out for blood. If that were my kid, I'd be out for blood. Oh heck, I'd have fire in my eyes. There'd be fire in my eyes. There would be fire in my veins. Ace Attorney Investigations 2 really is the game all about family. I really like it. I especially kind of like that message, how family doesn't have to be, you know, obviously like in some, you know, Kay and Edgeworth. Family doesn't have to be blood. Gummy is part of family. He's not blood related, you know. And look at Sebastian and DeBest, who are, but his dad kind of treats him like garbage. I don't consider him family. Hi Fox, how are you? He is not me. He does not appear. He is not a part of any of the at least I don't think we ever saw him in Investigations 2. The Immortal Judge is on holiday. He is in Disneyland. He's in Disneyland and he didn't invite me? Oh, what the heck? We could have rode It's a Small World together. We could have rode the People Mover. Wait, this is Disneyland, right? They have a People Mover. Wow, I could have been invited to go on the People Mover, but thanks, Judge. I guess I see where I really stand with you now. Now then, allow me to ask once more, is the prosecution ready? Prosecutor DeBest, what is this new evidence you wish to present? The missing knife and chisel, Your Honor. You mean they've finally been found? Oh. Prosecutor DeBest, is this true? The knife and the chisel, I wasn't able to find them. I searched and searched, I really did, but it was already too late. Too late? What do you mean? I remembered this morning when I passed by Pops in the garage at home. He was holding something wrapped in a newspaper. Pops, where are you going? Sebastian, just taking out some trash. At that moment, I heard it. The faint sound of a bell. Could that sound have been by any chance? Oh, the dog. The bell attached to Doggin's chisel. In other words, you're saying that the witness threw away the evidence. Wasn't the sound of the bell the last thing you heard before Doggin comes and kills you? If I remember correctly? I'm trying to remember that. I'm pretty sure. It wasn't that long ago. I'm pretty sure this is the only other game that the Great Ace Attorney games where our Immortal Judge doesn't disappear. It's so weird, I know. Oh gosh, he took Feeny. Well, if he took Phoenix and Maya, that's fine. That's fine. They deserve it, you know? Man, I'm never gonna be able to play. Excuse me, sir. Do not chew on the fleas. You have hay. You have toys. Yeah, you see that? Yeah, eat that. That's your hay. Sorry, I had to stop him. Okay. Alright, they're good. I'm sorry, I caught him in the act. I'm never gonna be able to play the Layden and Phoenix Ace Attorney crossover, because how am I... Didn't it, like, not come over here? Or if it did... Well, it's not like I'm gonna be able to find a copy that's, like, you know, not overpriced either. Like, I'm never gonna find it. Did it come to America? But yeah, but how much is it? And even if I did, I don't have a 3DS capture card, so I would never be able to stream it. Like, I could play it, I just never be able to stream it. Like, how much are people asking for? You know, I'm just actually really curious. How much is it? $169 is the first thing I see on eBay. Oh, heck no. You know, Tylenos, you never have to do that. I would never ask you to do that. Even on freaking PlayAsia.com, it's $255. Mercari, $165. Mercari, $169. Just the card itself on the game itself on eBay is $115.90. Yeah, fudge. The 247. This is why video game preservation is a joke. 225 on Mercari, 128. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I need to make sure I have a house to live in. Oh gosh. The problem, unfortunately, you know, again, until video game preservation, until it's, you know, until games are actually preserved, you know, unfortunately, that's the only way to go. But also, I don't think the 3DS one is stable. I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think the 3DS, is there a 3DS 1? And 2, is it even stable? Because, like, there's some that are out there, but, like, some games aren't stable on it. Why did I look? That hurt my heart. That hurt my wallet and my heart. Oh, excuse me. Also, I'm sure... Why are you saying anything if you don't know where it is? Well, I think he's going to get to that. Well, we know at least at least we know, yeah, there's no point looking for it because it was taken out in the trash, obviously. So there's no point. Joker's head is stuck in the hay bag, just so everyone is aware. I'm sorry. Where exactly did you search for it? The garbage dump. Oh my gosh, he actually went. That's impossible, but he still tried. He's never gonna find it in such a... He's never gonna find those two. They're so small. But he tried. He used his hands and he actually dug through trash. Now I feel like trash for every time I feel like trash for every time I said something sarcastic or mean to him. Cause he look, oh my gosh, I can't. I thought the evidence Pops threw away had to be there. Isn't that Sebastian? Oh, is that why he ran? He didn't. He was trying. So at the time, he had gone to the garbage dump. But this was all I could find. It smells rather peculiar. Now that you mention it, there's kind of a funky smell coming from you as well. What do you expect? I was digging through garbage. I'm sorry I said it like that. And what of the knife? I think it's buried somewhere in that giant mountain of trash. But I couldn't find it by myself. I understand. I shall accept this into evidence. Well done, Sebastian. You never betray my expectations, you know. You searched so desperately through the garbage, and that's all you have to show for it? Aw, what a tearjerker. I'm tearing up already.
Objection.
It's a bit too early for tears, don't you think? I'm still rocking your hoodie and chewing on the string. God, Hot Topic playlist, get out of my head. We haven't examined the evidence properly yet. Blah, blah, blah. I think it's just a pointless waste of time, you know? I'm counting on you, Sebastian. Miles. Show him that the truth can be exposed in court and take him down. Mr. Shields is backing us up. Now all we need is a breakthrough. Prosecutor DeBest, let's take a closer look at the evidence. Right. Are we actually oh my gosh, we're actually like mentoring him during an actual trial. How awesome is that? We are the best mentors ever. I'm trying to see if there's anything. E. Markiplier? Mark Zuckerberg? E. I'm waiting for JT to come in here and scream at me. Wait, that's EA Sports. Challenge everything. Let's have a look inside. It'd be great if we could find some kind of proof. This is the bell that was attached to Doggin's chisel. Are there any traces left behind on it? Ah, it's no good. There's not even a single smudge on it. What did you find, Prosecutor DeBest? Did you even find anything? Darn it! Of course you'd find nothing. Something like that can't be called evidence, you know. All it is trash. It may be sad, but that's the truth, you see. Were Sebastian's efforts all for naught? Indeed, the spell does not seem to be valid evidence. However... Mr. Edgeworth, are you really giving up? Calm as always, Edgeworth. Quite unlike Sebastian here. Well then, is the prosecution finished with its argument?
Objection!
He's doing it! Justine, not yet. We're not through yet. There's still something we haven't examined. You're still not giving up. Struggling in vain's not cute at all, you know. It seems Sebastian hasn't given up yet either. I love how every time Sebastian just comes back, the theme kicks in. I love it. I was just thinking the exact same thing. The last item remaining, is it trash or is it evidence? If we don't examine it, we'll never find out. The item I'm thinking of, the knife, the bell, the newspaper. Hold the phone while I take a sip. Okay. I don't know. The newspaper, probably? I'm thinking. We're still not done examining the newspaper that the bell was wrapped in. It seems that Sebastian has the same idea as I do. Wow, this is just wonderful, you know. So wonderful, it's to cry for. I'm just remembering E. Is it desperation or simply reckless abandon? Are you really going to pin all your hopes on a worthless scrap of newspaper? We won't know for sure whether or not it's worthless until we examine it, will we? Sebastian, let's examine it post-haste. Turn it around? Wait, there's something written on here. D-E... Is this upside down? H-T... I'm not sure what this is. This is like me trying to read unknown Pokemon. H-T-E... D? I mean, this is weird. There we go, thank you. Is this a handprint? There's something greasy on here too. Is it oil? Wait, did it say death? I'm a little concerned if that's what it said. If it said death, can we put that back in the dump, please? Judge Courtney, we'd like to request a fingerprint analysis on this paper. I can talk. Could you please summon someone from forensics? Your request is accepted. Contact the lab at once. Excuse me, I did not see a G or a B. Maybe there was an A, but I didn't see a B or a G. Reporting, there are definitely fingerprints. However, it's from a glove. Is it his biker gloves? What? Didn't I tell you it's nothing but a worthless scrap of paper? Just think about it, you know, when handling important evidence. What kind of idiot wouldn't use gloves? Some idiots out there, I assure you. Oh wait, wouldn't that be you, the idiot who doesn't know when to give up? Well, that's pretty harsh, talking to your son like that. What's wrong with calling an idiot an idiot? It's the fact that it's your own flesh and blood and you're calling him an idiot. And he did all this to try and impress you. I'm gonna... If you want to be the best, you have to be heartless. That is not true. I have no compassion for worthless individuals, not even my own son. Pops, You know you've always called yourself a genius prosecutor, haven't you? Didn't I explain to you this morning why you were a genius up until now? That's right, it was all because of me, because of my authority. You were always being protected by people like Courtney. And me. Now get that stinking face of yours out of my sight. Stinking? You know, now that I think about it, that stench might just suit you perfectly. Just keep it away from my nose or my eyes will start watering. You're eventually going to make him snap. I think this is it, actually. Wrong. You're wrong, Pops. Sebastian, what are you talking about? You can only push him so far. You're the one who stinks, Pops. It's you, not me. Oh, yeah, you tell him, boy. What? You haven't noticed, have you? You smell, Pops. So much that you can't even hide it. Mr. Edgeworth, try smelling the handprint on the newspaper. The smell? It smells like oil. I know something that smells just like it. Come to think of it, back then. Hey boys, did you know that you smell? But you smell like guinea pig and fresh meadow hay. And vegetables. You guys actually smell good. They really do, actually. Like, when I was doing their nails, like the other night, I was like, you know, whenever they get their nails done, we hold them for a little bit before we actually do the nails, because otherwise they kind of like freak out if you just immediately start going. And I was like holding them, and I'm just like, you know, giving them the head kisses and everything, and I'm like, you guys smell like fresh meadow. That's right, the smell proves it. It proves that the culprit who hid the evidence was It's no good. I guess I can't become the best after all. You could just, you could post it in any channel that, not like a stream-related chat when the stream is live, no. Like, usually something like music and media, or like if it's a food pic, it could go in banquet. We're never really strict about where anything goes, honestly, except like one rule. But like, we're not really strict of whatever channel it gets thrown into. I'm too soft. I could never be so heartless. I just can't bring down my father with my own hands. Prosecutor DeBest. Summon your courage. Become a different prosecutor from your father. Wasn't that what you decided? We are prosecutors, and as prosecutors, we stand in the courtroom. In that case, isn't it our duty to shed light on the truth? Oh, pan-eating zone? Yeah, that's meme chat. That's fine. Exposing crimes and bringing criminals to justice, even if the criminal is your own father, that is your duty as a prosecutor. Didn't I promise you that if you have the courage to stand up, I will show you the way? And if you cannot do it alone, then we shall do it together. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Obviously, my favorite smell comes from the Figment ride. When they're talking about the senses and you get to the smell sense and Figment's like, oh, here it comes. And then I'm like, Figment, no! Figment, don't do it! I know, my senses, stop! Why am I talking about this? Do we know DeWay? Hi, Ilya! Yeah, Sebastian is finding his way. How is you? How is school? Ow, my ear. No, that's not my favorite smell. Totally not my favorite smell. Soap distillery. Oh, honey, I mean, I'm not even, open. Can I open it? There I go. I wanted to see. I wanted to see the ingredients that they use. Like, so the thing is, like, I don't drink whiskey because whiskey really burns. Like, my throat really super badly. But I love honey, like, I love the smell. Like, honey whiskey, like, I actually like the smell. Ooh. I actually would like to smell that, actually. School went well. We did a critique in printmaking class today. Ooh, nice. By the way, thank you for sending me the thing I asked for. I'm sorry. I tried to be sneaky, but the pop-up wasn't letting me look. I like anything honey smelling. Like, I love mead. I love mead. Mead doesn't have the burning, and it tastes like straight up honey. I love it. Red wine, Red wine, not a fan of. White wine, perfect. And then you add honey in it. I'm like, yes, thank you so much. This smells amazing. I'd probably love to smell a whole beehive if I could. Minus the bees, because I'm allergic. Also, JT, you might have saved both our lives, because there was a yellow jacket in the house. I forgot to tell y'all that. I was in the basement the other night doing laundry over the weekend. A big bug, kind of ran into me. I knew it was a bug. I just heard it. And I screamed, and I couldn't find it. I didn't know what it was. Turned out, the cats were chasing it. It was a yellow jacket dying in the house. I'm questionably allergic to those. JT's 100% allergic. I'm questionably from an incident when I was a child. I got stung in the belly button. Was not fun. And JT eventually found it and threw it outside. And I'm like, you saved us. My milkshake brings all the bees to my car. Dang right. I spilled it all over. Dang right. I spilled it all over. Are bees actually inside your car? Actually, wait, Ilya, are bees actually inside your car? I thought you were just trying to make a bee song. Oh no, please. Are you also, wait, you're allergic to bees too? That's no good. Why are we all allergic to bees? Oh my gosh, why? I was gonna say, wait, I know, I thought the same thing, but apparently there was still a yellow jacket in the house. I'm just glad none of the animals got stung, or me, or JT. Now, if somebody else had gotten stung, well, at least nobody else is allergic as far as I know. Oh, it's an old Reddit song, okay. Do I have the gloves on hand? I should present the gloves. This is what I was doing. I got distracted. This is the smell of motor oil, the kind used for maintaining motorcycles. Both myself and Mr. Edgeworth have smelled this exact same smell before. Blaze the best, it was in your garage. Ooh, my blood sugar's dropping, my hands are shaking. And wouldn't you say these fingerprints have a rather peculiar shape? The 5 letters that spell out D-E-A-T is death. Oh my gosh. That's unsettling. I don't think you should walk around. I'm just saying, those might intimidate some people. It intimidates me. It's exactly the same as your own gloves.
Objection.
You can buy gloves like that from anywhere. It doesn't prove a thing. Is that really the case? That's not the only thing that these 2 pieces of evidence have in common. The fingerprints on the newspaper that was used to wrap up the bell, and Blaze's mechanic's gloves. This is the unmistakable similarity both share. The problem is the only thing I have right now that I can make really quick is like cereal or oatmeal. Like, or I could throw waffles in the toaster, but that's also like that's still time consuming. I know we need to go, I need to buy us food, but also if I decide to make myself a bowl of cereal, I'm gonna wind up having 2 bowls of cereal because I know myself. Or if I make waffles, I'm gonna decide, okay, I'm gonna make a bowl of cereal with my waffles. Never just one. Oh gosh. Is it the flecks that are on the glove I'm seeing? This is the unmistakable similarity between the 2 pieces of evidence, or is it the death? I'm like wondering what the heck they're talking about. Is it one of the letters? I'm wondering. Does it have to be a specific letter, or is it just one of the letters? I'm actually really wondering. Does it matter which one I pick? Like, can I just pick, like, the only thing that sticks out to me is the A is like missing half of the letter. So I just want to see if that does it. If you examine the imprint left by the letter A, you'll see it's unmistakably from this glove. Okay, it is. What? And that's not all. There is one more item we must take note of, namely these dirt stains. I suggest we do a comparative analysis of the dirt stains from the newspaper and the glove. If the contents match up, then it will prove to be decisive evidence. Bailiff, please have these dirt samples sent to forensics for analysis immediately. Edgeworth? Sebastian? You lowly prosecutors, do you have any idea who I am? Pops, you can't run away anymore. It's been proven in court that you concealed the evidence, and that you tried to cover for the defendant. You're saying that I'm guilty? That I'll be sent to prison? Me, Blaze the best. A couple of snot-nosed punks are gonna make me disappear? There must be some mistake. Be a man and admit your crimes.
Objection.
Do you really think you can survive if I'm not around? I think he can do it. I'll be fine now. I think he'll be fine, indeed. I thought I wanted to become the best prosecutor so I could get your approval, Pops. But when I was kidnapped by your men and stuck in that dark room, I started thinking, I am truly powerless. I despaired and averted my eyes from the truth, but at that moment, Mr. Edgeworth stepped in and showed me the way. And now I am no longer just a child chasing after his father's approval. I I've become capable. I can find evidence all on my own now. My men kidnapped you? Why were you? Pops, I'll show you the truth you never knew through this trial. Sebastian, how dare you speak to me like that? You should have just stayed as an idiot son. You may have hated me to the very end, Pops, but I've always looked up to you. Oh. Thank you for everything up until now. And goodbye. He still, even despite the way his father treated him, he still thanked him. You don't deserve to be his father. You really don't. It would be so easy to just be like, I hate you. Like, I've always hated you. But no. He's like, no, I did. He's like, I looked up to you. I'm like, man, he's gonna make me cry. You are, Mr. Blaze, about to go to freaking jail to best. You were just gonna insert that into all of his personal identifications? It has been established that the evidence was concealed by Blaze DeBest himself. A judgment regarding his concealment of evidence shall be delivered at a separate trial. The missing chisel and knife still have yet to be found. However, once the search of the waste disposal site is underway, they will surely be discovered. The knife will be found? What will happen to me if it's found? No need to worry. You'll simply receive the punishment you deserve for your crime. Punishment? For me? Blaze, what in the world are you doing? You? After all your boasting about being able to create your own truths and not guilty verdicts. That's why I contacted you immediately after the prison incident in the first place. And to make matters worse, you even kidnapped the wrong kid. I just can't believe this. You really are completely useless. That was certainly a violent outburst. But you heard her, Prosecutor DeBest. Yeah, she got flustered and said a bunch of important stuff. Right? Indeed, that's correct. He still doesn't seem very sure of himself. Very well, and with that, this court is adjourned.
Knuckle back!
What? Wait, wasn't that Lang? What the heck, man? No, what the heck? I know that was your voice. Who are you? Why are you stopping this? Judge Courtney, it's still too early for a happy ending. Lang Ji says the end of the trial is not always the end of the case. And who might you be? The name's Shilong Lang. I'm just a humble lone investigator. Do you have some objection with this trial? Not a chance. The defendant there has a heart as black as a moonless night. Lang, don't tell me you're the one from 12 years ago. You got it. Ain't this nice? Now you're finally going to prison where you belong. 12 years is a long time coming for a suspended sentence, don't you agree? Agent Lang, what are you talking about? The SS5 incident from 12 years ago. It's a case I'll never forget. 12 years ago? The rails are nowhere in sight indeed. A lot has changed. It all happened over 12 years ago. Back then, he and my father were close friends, and our clan protected the president's life. But then he suddenly changed. It's as if he became an entirely different person. Nowadays, he doesn't even have a shred of faith in the police force of Zencha. Yeah, exactly. Like Nacho says, Japanifornia. I think that's California. Yeah, no, it's harder the other way around. 12 years ago. I wonder what went on then. Might it have something to do with Lang's father and President Huang? Patricia Rowland, and you, Blaze DeBest. Back then, the two of you killed off the Lang clan. Were you involved in the incident 12 years ago? That's right, I was. However, I'm not here to chase after ghosts of the past. I'm here for you, Justine Courtney. Me? You and one other. Don't arrest her. She didn't do it. She did not kill him. John! Miss Courtney, you're coming along too. As a suspect in the murder of the president of Zhengfa, Dijun Wang.
Objection!
Agent Lang, what evidence do you... Settle down, Mr. Prosecutor. The investigation has only just begun. We're going to inspect the crime scene with the suspects in attendance. Agent Lang, did he get his hands on some new pieces of evidence? If you have any objections, then you can tag along as well. I shall do just that. The end of the trial is not always the end of the case. There are still many mysteries yet unsolved surrounding the murder of the president. Namely, the true nature of the giant monster and... Yeah, there's still so many holes in this case that we have no idea what's going on. The true identity of the person on the other end of the phone. Well, in that 45-second time span, yeah, he came in, said Courtney was being, I guess, arrested for the murder of the president. And apparently some new evidence has come to light. We don't know what it is yet, quote unquote, but we're about to find out. Really quick, before we continue, I do have to refill my water. I'm also going to grab like some candy or something just to help with the shakiness in my hands. So give me a few, like 2-3 minutes. And yeah, we're going to continue with the case because, we're still under time. We have not hit 3 hours yet, so we're still going. And before the villain pulling all the strings is Miles, evil clone, kilometers. What? Where did you even... I want to know where you got the name from. Oh my gosh. Anyway, I'm just gonna grab some Hershey Kisses or like some mini Reese's Pieces to like snack on during the rest of stream before I can make an actual meal. I will refill my water. Give me like 2-3 minutes and we'll be right back. Hi. So, just had a bunch of Reese's. Not gonna lie. Just had a bunch of sugar. That was the sound of me opening up a 7-Up. I just realized there's 0 sugar in this, so wow, this actually does not help. But I just opened it, so... Oh well. I opened it, gotta drink it now. I just realized it's 0 sugar. Oh god. No, I have heckin' proof. 0 sugar. This is just... It's just me being upset at myself now. Also, the boy's just staring at me because I have chocolate. Mom has chocolate. No, you can't. Look, nothing. Can't have. Look, I got nothing. I got nothing for you. Oh gosh. You guys can't have chocolate. Okay. Quick save, and we're gonna continue. I'm still, like, really heckin' hungry, though, but I'm gonna have to hold out for at least 45 minutes. Okay. Saved. I'm gonna do another save. 1 and a 2 to be safe. Alright, and we're golden. I'm actually really hungry. It's just that happens to me sometimes. Like, during certain times of the month, like, I just, like, if I don't eat, like, for some reason, like, it's like if I don't eat, like, really close, like, apart from my meals, like, I start getting, like, really shaky for some reason. Could you please give it a rest already? The heck, I'm telling y'all, it's best for y'all. Oh god, you scared me.
You know what's gonna scare you even more?
What's gonna scare me?
Cat.
Hi, JT. Yeah, but if I eat a box of Magic Spoon, that's gonna take me a while.
Magic Spoon, baby!
Magic Spoon, baby!
Who else got some Magic Spoon, baby?
Eclair got some Magic Spoon, baby.
Let's go, Eclair.
Eclair got...
getting some Magic Spoon, baby.
Cinnamon, cookies and cream cocoa, and I forgot
Let us know how they are.
Really... Oh no, I told her to let me know.
Because we're really thinking about picking up some ourselves.
Well, we were gonna pick up peanut butter.
Well, we were gonna pick up peanut butter, and we were thinking about picking up apple cinnamon because it's limited edition right now. But let's go Magic Spoon, baby.
Let's go Magic Spoon, baby.
You want to see something that's really scary?
What? What? How much snow is outside? Oh my god, where's Rye? I know he's fine. No, I know he's fine.
He's either under the table or he's somewhere else.
I'm trying to get him to go in the dang cat house. There's so much, guys, there is so much snow outside. It's only November.
Welcome to Dreamland.
But hon, we're only halfway through November. hon, I'm hungry.
Welcome to Greenland.
I'm hungry.
Welcome to Greenland.
Why do you keep responding to me with that when I say I'm hungry?
You have a snack right here.
No! Did you see how many Reese's I just ate? You leave my boys alone. Yeah, see? He's like, I'm having none of this right now. What?
Yeah, go chat.
Are you gonna hold him? Oh, I'm being held. Oh, I smell like hay.
You smell like farts.
They do not smell like farts. You be nice to them. He does not smell that bad. I think they smell pleasant. Oh, I'm getting cheek scritches. I'm telling y'all, it's best for y'all
Time
to
to eat this chicken nugget.
He's not a chicken nugget. Give me my son. He is not a chicken nugget. Oh my gosh. Ours is gone due to rain. No, we got hit with
rain.
another batch.
But we're getting hit between the next 2 to 3 days. It's supposed to snow basically all of tonight, into all of tomorrow, into all of Friday, and into Saturday.
Cool, so I'm guessing you're gonna be home the rest of the week. Let's
No.
have oh darn it.
Probably not Friday.
Probably
Tonight-
not Friday, but
Tonight, probably, because I didn't see any snow trucks out, so they didn't put salt down.
oh I
So
know they
all that-
didn't.
So all that water just
Yeah.
froze.
Oh, how the heck is anyone gonna drive their kids or themselves there at that rate?
How are the buses going to drive? Our buses aren't doing great this year.
Oh, I
One
didn't
already
know
went
that.
into a ditch at the beginning of the year, and the other one hit a deer. Like
Well,
literally last week.
I know Ilya's gonna say something about the deer.
Just
As long
deer
as
went-
everybody's okay. Oh, that's upsetting. Ilya's current is bread. Oh my god.
yeah,
I feel so bad though, but as long as nobody was hurt is the main
nobody
thing.
was hurt, and the
See,
ditch,
that's why
the
I can
ditch
never
just
be a
ruined
bus driver for
the
kids.
ditch ruined the bus, but
Okay, well,
the front
again,
axle's
you can
fine.
replace the bus. You can't replace them.
hopefully not with our money.
Well, I mean, you can. Again, it's replaceable.
With our money,
You know what I mean.
not with our money.
Okay, you know what I mean.
But yeah. So I don't think we're having school tomorrow, but we'll see.
JT and I are gonna have a house party. And by house party, I just mean us. We're inviting ourselves and the animals. The staff has their lips sealed shut as the reporters continue their tenacious negotiations. If you're not here to cooperate with the investigation, I must ask you to vacate the premises. Put a sock in it, copper. Y'all ain't even stopped Mozilla's invasion. You couldn't stop Mozilla's invasion, it's true. Not only did they secretly raise a giant monster, but now the staff is trying to cover it up too? Like I said, we haven't been raising any monsters here at the film lot. But ain't ya said you done saw Gordy yourself? Sure, I saw it, but it's not like we were keeping it at the film lot. Mind if we butt in? Oh, everyone's here. Mr. Edgeworth. And John. Oh, y'all come here to search for the monster too? We're searching for a criminal, not a monster. Lang Ji says, the darkness is inside a criminal's heart can be likened to a monster. Well, when it comes to killing people, criminals aren't much different from monsters. In absolutely, completely unrelated news, we swear the cafeteria will be serving. No! No! Agent Lay, I just want the Bambi coasters on the Disney store, and y'all and go say something like that. And they're pretty because they look like they're made from a tree. Agent Lang, there's Iris really like deer, okay? Agent Lang, this is a problem. I can't let outsiders enter the crime scene. These are all key figures in the case. I'd like them to be here when the investigation resumes. Yes, that is, I do agree with that, Ilya. At the very least, if accidents like that happen, then yes, I do absolutely agree with that. I am a person who, I will honestly say my biggest peeve is if somebody like orders meat and like doesn't touch it, and I'm like, please, unless it's like bad, unless it's gone bad, I'm like, yo, somebody please finish this because otherwise I'm gonna cry. Agent Lang, regarding what you said about resuming the investigation, where did you intend to start? So basically, if you leave your chicken nuggies and you don't finish your chicken nuggies, I'm gonna finish your chicken nuggies because I will refuse to throw any part of a chicken away. I will finish your nuggies. Send me your nuggies at P.O. Box. P.O. Box Okami. We'll start by reviewing the case. Today, the body of President Huang was found here at the film lot. The president's whereabouts from 2 nights ago are still unknown. It seems he snuck out from under the eyes of his bodyguards and ventured outside. And that night was the last time he was seen alive. It was when he met with you, Judge Courtney, on the roof of the Grand Tower. So, why did you meet with the president? That, I cannot say. You can't tell us, even under suspicion of murder? Can't say. Why not? Miss Courtney, if you don't say anything, you'll only be more suspicious. Huh, she must have a reason to clam up. I think you're somehow involved in the president's assassination. The president's body was only discovered today. That still leaves a blank of 1 whole day after Judge Courtney met with him unaccounted for. Don't be so impatient. We're gonna fill in that blank right here, right now. The evening on that blank day in question is what's important. What happened here last night? So, why don't you tell us, John Marsh? Me? We know you were here last night. What? John was here? Between that little missy's testimony and the footprints we found... Oh my god. Something just scared me. You're eating nuts right now? Ilya, if you don't finish your nuggies, you can always send them to me. Oh gosh, and the footprints we found, we can easily prove it. John, you were rehearsing here last night, right? You were spying on me? I'm sorry, I just came to check up on things. You really shouldn't be staying up so late, you know. Mind your own business. John Marsh, that young lady was worried about you. You will not speak to her like that. She's going... I've never seen Judge Courtney go full mom, but here it is. I want to. Sorry. How many times have I told you to be more mindful of the way you speak? Is it just me, or does Miss Courtney's personality seem kind of different? She seems to be as strict with her own son as she is with those who violate the law. Are you listening to me? And earlier as well. Oh my god, I love this. How long was she going on for? You should always bear that in mind, no matter the occasion. Can we get on with the investigation already? Pardon me. For Judge Courtney to get carried away like that, this must be her motherly side. Agent Lang, do you suspect John? All I want is the truth. Why was the president killed? And I want to know who killed him. I'll do whatever it takes to find out. It seems the president was like family to him. John, would it be alright if we asked you a few questions? Sure, it's fine. I've got nothing to hide anyway. Okay. I wasn't feeling too great during yesterday's shoot, so I made a few bloopers. They're reshooting the scene today, so... Well, I decided to rehearse a little on my own, that's all. I do it all the time. There wasn't anything out of the ordinary. You were rehearsing alone that late at night. John, when I called you last night, you told me you were at the hotel. You called him. About what time was that? I believe it was around 11 p.m. I require him to call me every night. That's our rule whenever he stays away from home. The truth is, I was at the film lot during that time. Uh-oh. Mom. Mom's angry. So you lied to me? I'm sorry. Miss Courtney sure is angry. I think it's admirable that he practiced on his own, even if he hid it from his mom. I'm sure she was simply worried. Who knows what could have happened to him out alone so late at night. And in reality, he did get caught up in yesterday's incident. But John said there wasn't anything out of the ordinary, right? Is that really the truth? Oh, are we leaking? I wasn't feeling too great during yesterday's shoot, so I made a few bloopers. They're reshooting the scene today. I decided to go rehearse a little on my own. I do it all the time. There wasn't anything out of the ordinary, and I feel like...
Hold it!
I don't know, I'm gonna press it? There are no mistakes in that testimony, correct? Of course there's no mistakes. It was just a normal, peaceful night. Nothing out of the ordinary happened at all. A peaceful night? How can you say that when an incident like this occurred? Okay, he is still a child. Please don't get seriously angry. So there was nothing out of the ordinary. He doesn't know anything at all about the incident. That's the impression I'm getting. But isn't there evidence that shows something did happen last night? Yes, I don't have time to waste dealing with a child's lies. I'm going to assume, wait, don't drink. Your milk doesn't sweat. I mean, mine sweats under certain weather conditions. Is that called condensation? Wait, why am I even trying right now? It's Moozilla milk. Oh my gosh, you cut out the coupons on your milk cartons so you can go see Moozilla. Okay. I wasn't feeling too great. What do I have on me? That's a good question. Okay. I have to double check everything I have on me. Yeah, IS-7 incident, the gloves. Oh, John's practice video. Monster footprint can be seen. Check it. Just to be sure there was nothing weird. Commemorative photo. What do I got? What do I got? I mean, shoot, I don't have a ton. The practice video is what stands out to me. So I think I'm gonna try presenting that. I decline, that's all. I do it all the time. I think it might be here. Oh, okay. No, he uses, I think they said he uses the horns in the movie to communicate with him. There wasn't anything out of the ordinary. That's a lie, isn't it? There's no moo badge. We have evidence right here. Could that be... That's right. It's the video you recorded of your performance. What? You're telling me you have video from last night? Exactly, and in this video, there is clearly something that is out of the ordinary. This is a monster's footprint. Would you say that monster's footprints are commonplace on a film set? For a kaiju movie, yes? John, why did you conceal this video from us? No reason, really. Hey, Pup, this is no joking matter. You had a reason to hide it, right? John Marsh, answer him clearly. But Mom... Well... I didn't want anyone to see me rehearsing. In other words, you're embarrassed about others seeing you practice. Yeah? Got a problem with that? You're saying that's why you hid the evidence? John? But Mommy, I think of that one line from Space Jam from Daffy. But Mommy, I don't want to go to school today. I want to stay home and make cookies with you. What? What is with tonight? I went from Nightmare Before Christmas to Space Jam. What is going on? I can't. I need a 7-Up really quick. I mean, come on. Can you blame him? I know like he's technically, you know, I know he's technically a professional actor, but like, yeah. I mean, come on. I think anybody who's ever grown, like, who's ever been in a school play even would know how that feels. Like, no, don't come, I'm practicing. Like, no, that was me freshman year during our play of Zap, where I had to do the British accent, couldn't do it, and I didn't want anyone walking in on me as I tried to talk in a British accent because it was so bad. I was like, why did you give me the character with the British accent? Why'd you put me in the section of a play that was like a British murder mystery or something? Like Clue, and when you know I can't do the accent? John, any high school thespian like me will know that feeling. Quit nagging me. You've already busted me. What more do you want? Yeah, the footprints were there, but I just practiced and headed home. How come you're so calm after finding those footprints? It's the monster, you know, a real live monster. Yeah, no, and honestly, there are times, you know, not that I'm a parent, but there are times where you do have to be strict with your kids. You do have to, unfortunately, have to be the strict parent. But, like, again, as long as you know, again, you're not strict 24/7, constantly coming down on your kid, you know? As long as, like, you patch, you know, things are patched up afterwards, basically. Hi, I learned a lot of good parenting advice, mainly from Bluey. It's really good. I highly recommend. It's like the quote-unquote guide to being a better parent. I thought it was just a part of the set. Besides, there's lots of other weird stuff around here, too. He's suspicious, Chief. This kid's really suspicious. You're right, the smell of a scoop stinks to high heaven. Shut up, we're done talking. We're not done here yet. What now? The monster's footprint weren't the only unusual things that happened last night. You know, there was also a murder. Besides the monster's footprints, what other unusual thing? The fact that there was a body?
Take that!
I mean, that's pretty weird. Is this not it? And just what exactly does it show? A body, ladies? I'm quoting the Persona 4 comic. I don't need some guy who's less intelligent than a child telling me that. Oh, well, I mean, I thought it was pretty weird. There was probably a body somewhere, but... Where are the hamburgers coming up from? Okay, true, but another unusual thing that isn't a cadaver. Okay. Okay, I'm sorry, was it the head that fell on the cadaver? Because that was our hypothesis, right, earlier? That he got crushed by the giant Mozilla head, so I'm going to assume that the Mozilla head should have been there too, I guess. I'm gonna run out of ideas. Oh good. A monster's head fell from the roof of that building. Surely you must have known about that. I don't know anything about it. Is that true? I told you I just practiced a bit and then I went back. I don't know anything about Mozilla's head falling or anything like that. Or do you have evidence to show that I know something? There certainly isn't any evidence of that. It's also possible that it fell after John had already gone back. There's no evidence, then like I said, we're done talking. It seems that John doesn't really want to talk about last night. Could he be hiding something after all?
Not so fast!
Wait up. Agent Lang? Hey kid, look! The dead body! Isn't it awesome? Or isn't it awesome? Oh my god, no. It's as I thought. Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. This video backs up my logic. Huh? Is there something in the video that's related to the case? Yeah, take a good hard look at the monster costume in the top left. Hey kid, a body has been discovered. The Mozilla costume? Try comparing it with the one over there right now. Oh, Mr. Joker's just loafed. It looks like it's just hanging there limply, though. And the zipper on its back is zipped up tightly. Zipper on its back? What? This discrepancy is... Yeah, the difference is plain to see. In the video, the zipper is clearly open. Oh, I didn't even know that was a zipper. I thought that was like a marking on the costume. That's right, someone was inside. What? Mr. Powers, is the costume zipper usually? It's always zipped up tightly when it's not in use. Mr. Prosecutor, do you remember? My logic from before. Oh my god, that's so creepy if someone was just hiding out in the costume. Like, waiting for the president. That's really super unsettling. I don't like it. Do you remember the 21st night of September? You're saying the body was hidden in the costume, inside the costume. Oh no, this is, oh, I don't like where this is going. This is some Five Nights at Freddy right here. I don't like where this is going. I'm like, there better not be a body inside Mozilla, I swear. Yeah, that's right. Judge Courtney, 2 nights ago, you pushed the president off of the roof of the tower. You then hid the body inside the monster. I don't like where this is going. You then hid the body inside the monster costume. I don't like this. So are we? I know who did it. Bring in Mr. William Afton. Bring in the purple guy. He did it. Case closed. 5 Nights at Mozilla. I didn't know such thing. Say what you want, but you're the only one who could have done it. That should have already been proven impossible. The film lot was locked at the time. Judge Courtney could not have entered this place. And do you know who else wears purple? Maya Fey. Oh my god! She is not related to Purple Guy! Don't you freaking dare start making comparisons! You're gonna get the It's Always Sunny meme with just the conspiracy board. You're gonna start comparing the two. Don't even. And what if there was an accomplice? What? I'll tell you my reasoning, so listen up. Oh my gosh, does she look like she has the strength to carry a man who... Yeah. I don't think so. I truly don't think so. Do you... Again, as somebody who's seen a lot of behind-the-scenes Godzilla stuff, do you see what those suits look like in real life? I haven't seen one in real life, but I've seen them in the videos, and they're heavy. Like, oh my goodness. When the president was pushed off of the roof, John was waiting at the film lot. I mean, my thing is, I don't know. If he fell, okay, say he fell from the roof, but like if he just fell from like, I don't think it would be high enough to kill him. I think what really did him in was the fact that something heavy fell on top of him after he fell, because it's not from like it's not like he jumped from like the top of the. No, am I wrong? Wait, what? How many flights of stairs did we go up last time? The tower is 51 stories tall. But wait, didn't he just fall like a flight of stairs? Didn't we just only go up like 1 flight of stairs last time, or am I crazy? Now I'm confusing myself. No, I don't know. I can't speculate now. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what's happening anymore. You know, he could just check the autopsy. Yeah, he could, because I would believe it. If John was an accomplice, the problem with the locks would be resolved. The two of them then hid the president's body inside that monster costume over there. You think this crime had such an elaborate plan? To take the life of a nation's president? An elaborate plan is to be expected, don't you think? I think right now the problem is Lang is very much emotion. Like, I think right now he's being more emotional than logical in this case, just because of his ties to obviously the president. So I know he said he calmed down, but it's still probably weighing heavy on him. He met Courtney on top of the Grand Tower. The Mozilla head is what fell off the other smaller building. Oh, okay. Okay, I see. Okay, I was confused. Because I kind of thought, okay. Have you considered your Lord and Savior, Pingu what? No! Stop! John would never take part in such a crime. You're the one being suspected. Your words don't carry much weight. I wouldn't think those two had sufficient motive for something like this, though. Well, maybe they had a motive that we didn't know about. You were the last one to meet with the president, and you're still keeping the details secret. Don't you think it's only natural that you're being suspected? Judge Courtney, is there no way for you to tell us your secret? My apologies. I just cannot, no matter what. However, when the time I can talk about it comes, I will surely let you know. So, if you could please... Believe you? Is that what you wanted to say? That's what all criminals say. And you, pup, if you've got an explanation, hurry up and spit it out. I didn't do anything. That's all I'm saying. Both mother and son won't talk. You're still gonna defend him like this. It's true, Judge Courtney's actions are a mystery. However, we still don't know whether or not that ties with the motive for murder. Yeah, that's right. Their motive for murder can wait. For now, let's talk about the situation surrounding the crime. And the fact that these two are the only ones who could have done it. Okay, rebuttal. The president is John's father. Like, Mr. President, you are the father! Oh my gosh. Okay. When the president was pushed off the roof, John was waiting at the film lot. Oh, does he really? I never noticed that before. If John was an accomplice, the problem with the locks would be served. The two of them then hid the president's body inside that monster costume over there. Mr. Lang's logic does seem to make sense. Indeed, if those two were accomplices, the crime certainly would have been possible, so it would be useless to argue that point. In that case, what should we do? Firstly, we should have Agent Lang explain his reasoning in more detail. Let's draw out more information. So do I have to press? When the president was pushed off the roof, John... Okay, well, I'm not going to do the voice just because I have to pay attention to this. When the president was pushed off the roof, John was waiting at the film lot. If John was an accomplice, the problem with the locks would be solved. The two of them then hid the president's body inside that monster costume. Is there any way I can disprove that? Do I only have the head part of the monster costume. I don't have the body, right? I have to double check. Yeah. I don't think I have the rest. Yeah. So then what would I... Going over everything again then. Report on Nightly. Did I check that from... Well, that's not gonna have anything to do with this. IS-7 incident. That was Lotta's testimony. Zilla head. Crime scene notes? Let me refresh on these. Is there anything else to this, or is it just that? Yellow stain on clothes. Does the yellow stain have anything to do with the dirt? We never actually figured out what that is. I'm wondering? I'm taking a shot here. I'm not throwing away my shot. Oh, is this it? Agent Lang, it seems there is a clear contradiction. Oh, am I messed up? No, I messed up. Always question words without evidence. Oh, shoot. No, I messed that up. Okay. I don't know. A bluff won't be effective. Wait, I never technically asked him about it, right? The two of them hid the person in the monster costume. Wait. I just realized I don't think I asked more about it. If John was an accomplice with the locks, the two of them then hid the president's body. Think here? In the video, we cannot see the inside of the costume. So, can you really say for certain that the body was placed inside? Yeah, we'll give you that much. In that case, why don't we try examining it? The inside of that costume, there might be some traces left. Mr. Powers, may we examine the inside of the costume? Sure, go ahead. But it might be kind of stinky since I sweat a lot in there. Okay, to be fair, again, those things are awful. Like to stay inside, like even for just a few minutes. This is incredibly dirty. That's strange. We always make sure to clean it after using it so that the sweat doesn't damage the costume. Isn't this just proof that someone besides you used this costume? I'd say that dirt from the body probably got into the costume. The president's body did fall on top of the monster's footprint. That must be where the dirt came from. Are you satisfied now? There's dirt inside the costume. It must have gotten there when the body... Okay, can I try presenting it now and question if this is dirt?
Objection!
Yes. Okay, I was on the right track. I just skipped a step. Dirt got on the costume when the body was hidden inside it. Is that really the case? You have a problem with that? There is a fair amount of dirt inside the front of the costume. Yeah, that is a lot of dirt. However, I would like you to focus on the state the body is in. It's lying on top of the dirt, and yet there's no dirt on the front of the body. If the body really was inside the costume, then it's strange that the front of the body isn't stained with more dirt. Well then, how would you explain it? How did the dirt get inside? It's very likely that someone was inside the costume, but just who could it have been? Where have I seen this? What's the matter, Kay? I just feel like I remember seeing something that looked like this dirt somewhere before. But where was it? There were these bits of gravy fragments mixed in with the dirt. Oh, why did I... Gray, not gravy. Why did I... Wait, hold on. Guys, I'm hungry. Oh, Joker, I'm sorry, honey. You're sleeping. I'm sorry. Not Ignore me. Ignore me. I just can't read today. Please ignore me. There just seems to be something other than normal dirt mixed into it. Something must have gotten stuck to it, and lots of it, I might add. Something got stuck to it. This may merit a closer look. Where did we see dirt that looks like what's stuck on the inside of the costume? Do I have gravy? Stuff in it? I don't remember. Weren't they on the gloves? I'm pretty sure, like right there.
Take that!
That is not evidence. This dirt has some gray bits mixed it. Gray mixed. Try the gray stuff. It's delicious. Don't believe me? Ask the dishes. Mixed into it. Huh? What of it? We found an item belonging to a certain man that was covered in the same type of dirt. That is to say, these gloves. Those dirt stains certainly look the same, but tell me, just what exactly is this gray substance? Cupcake. This is one time I will share my nuggies. Oh, loves me this, I know, 'cause her nuggies tell me so. Oh. I don't know. Concrete, I think, would make the most sense just because, hi, we're on a film lot, footprint in the ground, concrete. That's the only thing that's sticking out to me right now. Gravy on your nuggies. That does not sound bad, but I am still a ketchup person. This gray substance must be fragments of concrete. You mean the stuff that was scattered around the monster's footprints? Exactly. Meanwhile, who do these gloves, which are stained with the same kind of dirt, belong to? I remember we found it at Blaze's place. Yes, I eat my nuggets with ketchup. I make my dinosaur nuggets fight in the ketchup like they got battle scars. What of it? Why would mechanics' gloves, intended to be used on machines, be covered in dirt? If he broke the concrete with the hammer and then dug into the soil with the shovel, then it's only natural for dirt like that to get on the gloves. Then maybe, yes, the true nature of the monster's footprints has been made clear. It's possible that these footprints were dug up by Blaze the Best himself. It's possible, you say. Please do enlighten me, because I honestly have no clue. Why on earth would he do something like that? Why did he make the monster's footprint? Thinking about it, the answer must be, I have no idea. I will say my tier list of nuggy sauces goes ketchup, followed by sweet and sour, and then honey barbecue, I think. Honey buffalo or honey barbecue, because they're very similar to me, but that would be like my number 3s. It's my boys. He was digging something up, he buried something. What would he be doing? Blaze? He already got rid of the evidence by throwing it in the trash, so I don't think he was burying anything. But what would he be digging up? What would he have to dig up? What would he bury here? I don't know. I don't know. Honeyed ketchup. Option 3, he is the footprint. He is the whole footprint. I don't know what he would. I don't see why he would be burying something. He already got rid of evidence. He doesn't need to bury anything. He thought he was good. I'm only gonna say digging up something because I don't know why he would bury something. Whereas I can't say I don't know what he would be digging up, but interesting theory. It's possible he was digging something up. It probably went something like this. Blaze is Mozilla. Last night at this spot, there was something that Blaze needed to dig up. For that reason, he broke the lock on the back door and sneaked into the film lot. Using the hammer and shovel, he set to work. Dun 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 dun. God. It scared me! Joker, baby! Oh my god, my heart is beating a mile a minute! What happened? Why did you run so well? Oh, baby! Are you good? Did you just, like, really want in your castle? What are you doing? Oh, he just made my heart... I don't know why he scared me. It just really made me jump. He placed the items he dug up into his bag, but before he could fill in the holes, that's when John came to practice. Exactly. Blaze panicked and had no choice but to hide himself in the Mozilla costume nearby. Oh god, Rob, why? Is now really the time? Thanks, Ben. Joe, hi. Thank you so much for the raid. My heart right now. I'm so sorry. My guinea pigs have scared me. Thank you so much for the raid. What were you guys all up to tonight? Mario Party 2. How did it go, you guys? Please, I want to make sure Shell, Silver, and Mike are getting shout outs. But Tyler knows you're the best. Thank you. My heart right now. Oh goodness. Guys, how did it go? Make sure you're following all of them, everybody. Make sure you're doing that because these are all awesome friends. Oh gosh, thank you. Guinea pigs right now they're kind of like loafed right now. Yeah, that was just a zoom from Joker that just scared the crap out of me for some reason. Oh my gosh. So Mike won Pirate Land and Shad won at Western Land. Oh, nice. I would think you guys got 2 matches in. Yeah, I need to get NSO with the N64 eventually. You cross-chat so hard that I got unlucky on Western Land. Oh no, because I got peer pressured into stealing a star. No, Silver, what do you mean? No, don't do it in Mario Party. Don't listen to anybody. I should listen to my own advice. Because I tried not to listen to what anyone was doing. Peer pressure. Fall into peer pressure. I try not to in Mario Party. I know it's hard when everyone's like, well, why are you stealing from me? So-and-so did this, or so-and-so has this. You did it and warped me. Oh no, you've been turned to the dark side. You got dogpiled on because you won the 12 stars in Horrorland. That's my favorite one in Mario Party 2. You won with 12. I mean, oh gosh, 12 is a lot though. I'm hecking impressed you got so many. But hi readers, welcome. Yes, fair warning, I am so sorry. Game is really getting into big spoiler territory. We are in the final case right now of Ace Attorney Investigations 2, which is that game that we never got here. So if you've been wanting to play the fan translated version too, this is big spoiler territory, so if you need to duck out, now is the time to do. That is okay. I appreciate you coming in here, though. Otherwise, thank you so much. King Boo helped you a few times during that match. Nice. Still testing friendships 20 plus years later. You know, people always say it's Monopoly that kind of tests your friendships, and I'm like, no, maybe that was the OG way to test your friendships. But nowadays, our generation, it's Mario Party. Always steal from first. That way no one can complain about your actions. I hate to say you're right, Ilya. because that's what you're supposed to do, technically. I know. I mean, Monopoly. No, listen, Monopoly's unfair. Monopoly's even more, well, I mean, Chance Time's unfair too. Darn it, I just thought of it. I was gonna say, because whoever lands on Boardwalk and gets that piece of property space, you just win the game. Because anytime you land on it, you're just gonna be like, to be honest. Oh my goodness gracious. But yes. Hi y'all. I love you guys. Thank you so much for coming in. We were doing keys, right? Even when you win, you lose. You lose friends, or at least your friends won't speak to you for like an entire day. In my case, I've had friends I've gone to sleepovers, and then after Mario Party, it's just awkward silence for the rest of the night. And I'm like, can somebody please say something? I'm like, this is why I don't want to play Mario Party. The only Mario Party that never caused tension was Mario Party Family Road Trip. And that's because you can only blame the car. And it's only because I have made car jokes the entire time. Oh gosh, I'm losing air. Okay. We gotta find out who the heck murdered the president of Zencha. Oh gosh, help me. To think you would deduce so much from just a pair of dirt-stained gloves. However, all of this is merely a possibility. There's still no proof that he was the one who was hiding inside that costume. For all we know, he might have left the scene once he finished digging. On the contrary, such proof does exist and can be seen in the video. When this video was recorded, Blaze was definitely inside the film lot. What? No, I can't blame Agent Lang for not noticing. I don't notice it. Care to tell me, Edgeworth? The difference between the current film lot, yeah, and the one in John's video, along with the state of Blaze's garage, it's all too clear that Blaze was still here. What proves that Blaze was still at the film lot when this— oh, I don't know. The bag? Is that a bag? I don't know if that's a bag. It looks like a bag, I could be wrong. But like, I just realized that's like really the only thing sticking out to me I don't think I've seen ever again. I'm gonna go for it.
Take that!
Oh good, I think that's it. This bag placed near the costume. There was an identical one inside Blaze's garage. See, I didn't notice that. First the dirt on the gloves, and now the bag. It seems there is a connection. Okay, so that updated. And that's my proof. Blaze was inside the costume. Ergo, the president's body could not have been hidden inside, and ergo, Blaze the Best is clearly William Afton. Aye! It seems I was able to refute Agent Lang's reasoning. Someone needs to go investigate Blaze's house right away, pal. We need to know what was inside that bag. Yes, sir. I didn't say anything. Y'all pipe down and listen up. Y'all just been saying whatever works best for y'all. And the nosy one, not nosy, why do I keep saying? The noisy, at least I didn't say gravy this time. The noisy one returned. There's the footprint of the mighty Moozilla. They ain't just some random holes dug up by that old coot. I believe that the true nature of these footprints has already been proven quite logically. Logic schmogic, I ain't buying it. Say what you want, but I know what I saw, and I saw Moozilla. Is she referring to how she saw Moozilla out the window of the Grand Tower? Preposterous. Upon our journalist souls, we ain't having none of it. That statement is an insult to journalists everywhere. That's right. There's more of them monsters than just those footprints. I remember hearing that Sonny over there scene with the monster earlier. I reckon that gal over there said she witnessed it herself. When these two are together, all meaningful talk grinds to a halt. If we only knew just what the monster really was, I think those two would quiet down. Mr. Edgeworth, isn't there anything you can do? The monster's true identity. We don't have much choice. Let's see what we can do. Isn't there something y'all ain't telling us about the monster? Nicole, ask him right now. Please settle down. Regarding the true identity of that monster, I already know what it is. What'd you say? That's right, the video John recorded provided the hint that I needed. What you talking about? Miss Nichols saw Gordy when she went to check up on John's practice. At that time, she mistook something for Gordy. Get in the bag, Nebby. I mean, Gordy. Oh my god. Gordy is suddenly Pokemon. The monster can be seen in this photograph. What? Ain't that just some plain old souvenir photo? You don't really think you can pull the wool over the eyes of a pro like me, do ya? What did Miss Nichols really see that she mistook for Gordy? The long neck? Crane is long? I think? Naturally, Gordy's true identity was this camera crane. What? I'm sorry, I have to crush her. I'm sorry I have to crush her belief in Gordy. But at least I'm not crushing her faith in Sandy Claus or the Easter Bunny. You're not what? She needed a good crush. Oh my gosh, Ilya. Why are you suddenly so vicious? The video John recorded was shot from fairly high up. A shot from this position would be impossible without a camera crane. But there ain't no way Miss Nichols would mistake a camera crane for Gordy.
Objection!
I wonder about that, Miss Nichols. Yes? Earlier you said the prescription for your glasses didn't match your eyesight anymore, correct? Yes, lately it seems like my eyesight has suddenly gotten a lot worse. So would you say that you weren't able to see Gordy very clearly in the dark? That's right. Its silhouette was all I could make out. But remember what Miss Nichols said? And I quote, its skin was really scaly, almost like a reptile. Camera cranes ain't got no flesh on them, let alone skin. It's just a bare steel frame. That is certainly true, at least in the case of this photo. However, last night it did have skin. Y'all just doing whatever you can to get in the way of our big scoop, ain't ya? That was not my intention. But since I've come this far, it's time to put an end to your nonsense. Your hullabaloo. Gordy's skin is right before the sheet right there. This is the skin of Gordy that Miss Nichols saw.
Take that!
As Miss Nichols stated in her testimony earlier, it looked like it was going to rain last night. While it never actually rained. John still covered the camera crane with a rainproof sheet, which to Miss Nichols looked like a monster's skin. What? Oh gosh, be careful with that, I forgot. You gotta be kidding me! Isn't that right, John? Man, you saw through it all. Not bad, old man. I'm still not old. I'm gonna stop you right there. Unfortunately, the Gordy that Miss Nichols saw was nothing more than an illusion. Not again. Looks like my dream has shriveled up and died once again. Here lie blot his hopes and dreams. What a baby. Mentor. Nacho, I think your mistake was watching Fox News. It seems like things have finally settled down. Old. I really thought the boy was hiding something from me. Guess I had it all wrong. Now that we've figured out the true form of the monster, everyone seems refreshed. Actually, there's two people here who are totally bummed out. Agent Lang. Oh, Forensics is back. The report is in, sir. We've got the results of President Huang's autopsy. Good, show it to me. Contusions and bone fractures found across the body, resulting from tremendous pressure. So this was the cause of death. In other words, he was crushed to death. Okay, well that goes with the theory of the head falling on him. I thought as much. Ouch. The yellow stain on his chest is currently under investigation. But it seems that gunpowder residue was found on his right— what? From gunpowder? We didn't find a bullet or— we didn't— where? Could it have— wow, okay. Sunflower residue? I didn't know the president was into garden. Wow, okay, just pulled an Okami reading Gravy is Gray. No, gunpowder residue. Traces of it are left behind when a gun is fired. Since it has been found on his right hand, it's possible that the president fired a gun. A gun, huh? But we didn't find any guns when we investigated this area. Unexplained gunpowder residue. I'll have to look over the autopsy report later.
Snow.
Robert, thank you. Did you just bring me snow? Take your snow with you. Oh my hand, it's cold.
And I brought you myrrh.
Murder. Judas. What's wrong with you people? Guys, my hands were really cold just now. So Robert, he could put his sub-Tornetti game on the dock. I guess I'll just ask him.
Yeah.
Oh, my hands are cold. Now then, Agent Lang, it seems we have our answer. The president did not die from falling off the roof of the Grand Tower. Rather, he died from being crushed under Mozilla's head. I can't deny it. Looks like your logic was right after all. This means the suspicions surrounding Miss Courtney should be cleared up, right? Yes, not only the cause of death, but the time of death proves her innocence as well. Judge Courtney met with the president 2 nights ago. However, according to the autopsy report, the time of death was around 11 p.m. last night. Why do I see snoods? Rob, why did you do this to me? Rob, why did you do this to me? Oh, here we go. Yes, that's what I want, thank you. Oh, great. Making me not in this case. I wasn't finishing this case tonight. Spoilers. I don't know where the heck I'm putting this.
Oh, the weather outside is frightful, but the stream is so delightful. And since we've no place to brood, let it snood, let it snood, let it snood.
I hate that so much because it works and I'm upset. Alright, I'm assuming to put those bits towards Night in the Woods, Rob. I can do that here in just a second. Oh, I forgot about this. Alright, clear that. I always double check to make sure, because you can totally change your mind. So I always double check. Oh, Tylenos, you are the best. Thank you. Wonderful, darling. Thank you. Yeah, frick. I'm messing up. I don't know where anything's going. That way? Nope. Nope. Wow, I'm just really messing this up right now. I'm gonna get crushed. I'm really bad at this. Frick. I'm too afraid to put anything over there. Yeah, wow, this round is really bad. I don't know what I was trying to do here. I'm not sure what I was trying to accomplish. Something. Not sure what. I'll figure it out maybe later. I'll look back at the VOD and be like, what was I doing here? When I'm going back to edit this for YouTube, I'm gonna be like, what was I doing here? Alright, that's it. I'm out. I say edit as if I actually know how to edit my videos. Alright, I'm sorry, Rob. That was a bad round. But you're on the leaderboard at number 8 and 9. Okay. However, according to the autopsy report, the time of death was around 11 p.m. last night. Movezilla's head also fell last night and matches up perfectly. That's a relief. Isn't it a bit too early to be relieved? Agent Lang, F's in chat. The president died after being crushed by the Movezilla's head. That I will admit. But the problem is, who was responsible for the falling head? Movezilla's head fell last night, and last night the one who was at the film lot was... What are you saying? Surely you're not implying... That's right, you killed him, didn't you?
At least the snoots weren't as deep as the snow outside.
Oh, please, I'm already crying. I'm already crying, I just held snow in my hand, and it's not even December yet. Thank you for the bits, Rob. I'm already upset by the snow, and you're rubbing it in. And we're blaming a child for murder right now, which is very serious. That pup is hiding something. He was at the scene where the body was discovered last night. He also saw the footprints. Thank you, Tylenos! And despite that, he still claims to know absolutely nothing about the incident. Isn't that a bit too convenient? These footprint-shaped holes have not been proven to be related to the case. Just because he saw the holes doesn't necessarily mean that he's involved in the incident. You sure about that? Take a look at the pup's face. I don't know, I'd be pretty nervous if you were blaming me for murder at granted at any age, mind you, but if I'm a child, I'm gonna be like, excuse me? It looks pretty shaken up to me. It looks like he hit the mark, but John doesn't want to talk about it. If he doesn't feel like talking, then I have an idea of my own. Let's check the tape. Agent Lang, what is your intention? The police have a device that lets you analyze the video footage up close and personal. Agent Lang, you would suspect John enough to go that far. As long as John's lips are sealed, this may be the only way for us to get closer to the truth. Detective Gumshoe, if I'm not mistaken, you have that device with you, correct? Mr. Analysis is ready to go, sir. Now we're talking. Prosecutor Edgeworth, would you please... I thought that was my door. Would you... I swear I hear my door moving. Would you please perform the video analysis for us? She wants me to do it. Who knows what kind of faults that wolf man will find in it? Am I hearing you, boys? What am I hearing? Oh, you're eating your cake. This isn't exactly my strong suit, but I suppose I have no choice. I think that's what I'm hearing. No, I think I hear Ketchy chewing on cake. Oh my god, they almost demolished the cake. Are there any new clues? That's a good question. Didn't we also establish there was someone else at the lot? You dumb Chile. We established that Blaze was probably there hiding in the costume, like freaking William Afton hanging around the corner. I hate this so much. I had a 7-Up for a minute. Oh, okay, this is weird. So, there's like 4 quadrants. I sound smart. There's 4 quadrants. And you can zoom in on them to get a better look. Okay. Well, we already talked about the bag. We talked about the zipper. So that's nothing new. Nothing about the footprint. I'm not suspicious about this quadrant. Oh, hello! Buff! Who's over here? Was that Ganondorf? Because it kind of looked like the behind a Ganondorf. This is... What's the matter? I want to see too! Hmm? Oh, eek! Eek. Hey, what's wrong? Show it to me. Prosecutor Edgeworth, I request you submit the evidence to the court. Please take a look at the top right corner of the zoomed-in video. This person is... The president! Impossible! Huh? No way! It seems we finally found it at last. The evidence that points to the true killer. I was gonna say, I didn't want to say anything because sponsored stream, but he kind of looked a little neat. He kind of looked like... I was wondering where his pants went. This video places John at a major disadvantage. You're wrong, that's not right. I didn't know anything about this. That's not gonna cut it. It's clear that you and the victim were together at the same place where his body was later found. John Marsh, there's no doubt about it. You killed the president. No, this can't be. Why? Why would you? John, please don't tell me. Did you really kill the president? Mr. Edgeworth, is this really decisive evidence? Mr. Prosecutor, looks like you even can't object to this. That pup said he didn't know anything, right? And yet the president's right here in the video. John, what are you hiding? You need to say something. Now is not the time for secrets. John, please tell us the truth. You know your own kid didn't do it. The truth is it's all my fault. John Marsh, what did you do? Mozilla's head falling was all my fault. Because what were we talking about 10 minutes ago? While I was setting up the equipment on the roof, I used the heater. After that, I went down to practice, but I forgot to turn it off. Then my mom called me, so I left the film lot. When I came back to the lot after the phone call was over, Mozilla's head that was on the roof had fallen, and right next to it was the president lying dead on the ground. A very astronomical scale, oof. How can that be? I see, there were indeed traces that something had caught fire on the rooftop. It was just a small fire, so I was able to put it out by myself. So, the president's death was John's fault? But wouldn't that make this an accident, sir? And then, what did you do with the fallen head? I took it apart, brought the pieces up to the roof, and put it back together.
Not so fast.
So, you put out the fire and even put the fallen head back on the roof. Which means you were hiding evidence. We can't be having that, you naughty little pup. I didn't do it on purpose. I really did just forget to turn off the heater. When the legs broke, the stand would have tilted if Mozilla's head was on top of the stand. It would have fallen off, so the head fell down because of the fire. Yes, and if that's the case, I also have a pretty good idea what caused the fire. There's a flammable can next to the heater. It seems someone is lacking in fire and safety awareness.
Not so fast.
Was it really just an accident? If that's the truth, then what was the president doing here? There you go, Ilya. Now they finally ask what was he doing here. I don't know. There was no one else around when I was there. You expect me to believe that? The president wouldn't have just come to a place like this without a reason, you know. Indeed, the president's reason for coming here is still a huge mystery. 2 nights ago, he met with Judge Courtney on the roof of the Grand Tower. He was admiring his persona, Mozilla. I think the president was just secretly a Mozilla fan. And last night, he was here at the film lot. Did he meet with John? I'll have to listen to John's testimony more carefully. No, very carefully. Okay. While I was setting up the equipment on the roof, I used the heater. After that, I went down to practice, but I forgot to turn it off. Why are we still making fun of me with the gravy comment? Then my mom called me, so I left the film lot. When I came back to the lot after the phone call was over, Mozilla's head that was on the roof had fallen, and right next to it was the president lying dead on the ground. It'd be pretty scary to see a corpse just suddenly appear out of the blue like that. Not to mention the fallen monster head lying next to the body. Panic would certainly be an understandable response to such a situation. But still, all things considered, this was just an accident, right? Indeed, that is if we decide to take John's words at face value. I wouldn't mind having some more concrete details on the state of the crime scene. Okay, while I was setting up the equipment on the roof, I used the heater. This is true. After that, I went down to practice, but I forgot to turn it off. Then my mom called me, so I left the film lot. When I came back to the lot after the phone call was over, Mozilla's head that was on the roof had fallen, and right next to it was the president lying dead on the ground. I feel like maybe I should press either of these. Chaos, I'm so sorry. I heard, but I hope you're hanging in there. I hope you're okay. I am thinking about all of you, honestly. Was there any indication that the head was about to fall? I don't know. I was focused on my rehearsal. So you forgot to turn off the heater, which led to a fire on the roof. I would think you should have at least heard something. Heard something? Oh, I was wearing headphones, so... Headphones? Listening to the movie's soundtrack helps me get into the scene. I had it on full blast, that's why I didn't hear anything. And yet you noticed your mother's incoming call. I had my phone on vibrate, old man. That's how I noticed. Also, your phone will typically interrupt your soundtrack when someone's calling. Old man. Anyways, the head had fallen. Oh god. No, I'm the same way, Chaos. Like, even if I get a cold, I'm legit the same way. I just don't function because I can't breathe, which means I can't sleep, which means I'm not like conscious, like I'm not getting enough sleep, and I'm tired, and I'm sick and cranky. Alien's the sweetest. The sweetest baby. What was the state of the body? I didn't get a good look because it was dark. He's suddenly become as quiet as a mouse. I guess John doesn't really want to remember anything about the body. Is that the only reason why he's gone so quiet? Should I press him for more details? I don't know. Here's the thing. I'm leaning towards pressing him more because at this point, He's not gonna tell us, and it's not gonna end well for him. Whatever he's hiding, like whatever else he's hiding, if he is, he needs to tell us. Otherwise, he might be going to baby jail, and I'm not okay with sending this child to prison because I'm pretty sure he didn't do it. I mean, I'm not comfortable sentencing. I mean, I wouldn't be comfortable sentencing a child. Period. I'm gonna do it. Ilya, we've already established you're both a princess and a mermaid. You are jointly everything, and you are jointly everything in a fairy tale that is good. You didn't get a good look, then how did you know he was dead? Ilya's literally Ariel confirmed. That's, well, I've had people tell me I'm either Rapunzel or Anna. He's certainly shaken. He must be hiding something. Wouldn't you normally call for help if you see someone collapsed on the ground? However, you did nothing of the sort. But he was already dead. Is that so? You seem quite certain that the president was already dead. Now, is there a reason for that, I wonder? We didn't know. Maya didn't do it. Oh, hush. She did not do it. Oh, gosh.
He's frozen in there, and then we're out here, and then he's the sheriff, and then we're frozen out here, and then we're in there, and I just remember we're out here. What I want to know is where's Mozilla?
Oh, gosh. Ooh, if you don't mind me asking what you painting, and hi, Million, how are you doing? Look at that bun. I can't even see the bun's face. It's so adorable. The guy was collapsed on the ground, and right next to him was the fallen monster's head. Oh, didn't get me. Could have got me. Didn't get me like the way I thought it would. The guinea pigs got me more earlier than that. Nice try. I'm not stupid. I wasn't hard to imagine what happened. It wasn't hard to imagine what happened. You can imagine whatever you want, but there was no way for you to know that he was dead. You actually checked to make sure the president was dead, didn't you?
So I should try harder. Got it.
That is not what I'm saying. That is absolutely not what I'm saying at all. Thank you for the bits, Rob. Yes, let's go duck, :V. That's right. I was scared, but I got up close to the body and checked to see if he was breathing. I thought as much. However, why would he hide that? There must be a reason. Please tell me the state of the body at that time. At first, I didn't know he was dead. I would have realized sooner if there had been any blood. But there wasn't a single drop, and his clothes were completely spotless. Either way, he wasn't breathing. That's how I knew he was already dead. Would you please append those statements to your testimony? Oh gosh, thank you, Tylanos. What is that sub-goal? So, way back in the early days of Okami, I forgot what marathon this was a joke for, but I joked around if we had hit like a certain marathon charity goal. Was it Pokeathon Blossom? Okay. I couldn't remember if it was that or Kirbython. I joked that I would do a Dante and Bayonetta fanfic reading. It was a joke. I wasn't serious. We didn't officially make that into a goal, but it became a running gag for a few years. With this new goal, if we hit it, I will write a fic, and I will read it out loud on stream. And it's gonna be bad. That's all. It's gonna be like as bad as like the fan fiction we came up with for like during St. Jude. It's gonna be pretty bad. It's not gonna contain any Bayonetta 3 lore, so don't worry, because I don't even have that game yet. So don't worry, that will be left out. But I will somehow try to work in other things. I didn't know right away that he was dead. There was no blood and his clothes were spotless. But he wasn't breathing at all when I checked, so I knew he was already dead. Okay. I had to go back. I'm gonna have to look at the... I'm gonna have to look at the crime scene notes again. Crushed to death, time of death April 5th, 11 p.m. How did you honestly not know he wasn't? Contusions and bone fractures found across the body resulting from tremendous pressure. How did you not know, though? I feel like being somebody crushed would be kind of... You know, it is weird that he got crushed, there's no bleeding. Would you bleed if you got crushed? I should not be asking this. I'm wondering, do I present the crime scene notes? Because I actually have no... The only other relevant thing I can think of right now is the Mozilla head. The blood would be all internal. Okay, I wasn't sure. Because I'm like, could you? If it was enough. Bayonetta 3 spoilers, Bayonetta's in the game. What do you mean? There's Bayonetta in my Bayonetta? That makes no sense. While I was setting up the equipment on the roof, I used the heater. After that, I went down to practice, but I forgot to turn it off. Then my mom called me. When I came back to the lot, the phone call was over. Mozilla's head that was on the roof had fallen. Right next to us, the president lying dead on the ground. I didn't know right away that he was dead. Oh wait, his clothes weren't spotless. I know it's this. He had the stain on him.
Objection!
I just remembered. His clothes were spotless. Yeah, that's right. You got a problem with that, old man? John, it is painfully obvious that you are desperately trying to hide something from me. What are you going on about? I'm not hiding anything. You are hiding something about this yellow stain on the president's clothes, correct? I mean, good news, yes, your blood should be inside your body. It should definitely be internal. Why did you leave it entirely out of your testimony? The fact you made no mention of it only serves to cast more suspicion upon yourself. That's because... I hope you have a convincing explanation. Judge Courtney. Allow me to explain. Why are you... The yellow stain left on the president's chest is almost certainly lion lily pollen. Lion lily? When I met with the president on the roof of the Grand Tower 2 nights ago, I brought him a bouquet of lion lilies. Lion lilies are beautiful flowers with stunning golden petals. Some of the pollen from the lilies must have gotten on the president's suit. Huh? But I didn't see any lilies in the security footage, though. They were simply obscured by the president's body. Why did you bring a bouquet? I cannot say.
Not so fast!
Hey, it's not gonna be that
That's why she met with him. They were meeting to discuss the FWB status.
No, I'm actually wondering. Man, I have no idea if... Thank you, Tyler Nose. Thank you for the bits, Rob. I have no idea if I'm stretching here. The president is John. No, I was gonna say, I think the president is John's father. I'm starting to really think that. Like, literally at this moment, I'm starting to think, oh crap, if that's the case. The president was Team Mustard during Splatfest. John's mother is... What? 3 trench coats? What the heck?
And since the president is dead, that makes John the new president.
I don't think that's how that works. Rob, hold the phone. I don't know how politics work in Zencha. I don't think that's how that... I don't think you can put a child in a seat of power like that. Thank you for the bits. Yeah, okay, it's Japan America. But, like, in Zencha, he's the president of Zencha. And I don't think... I'm not sure this small child is qualified to run a country. I don't think that's how that works. If anything, shouldn't Lang be in charge? If anything? Because unless there's a vice president, I don't know, because we don't know their political system. I don't think presidents run a monarchy. I'm just saying, we don't know what their political system is like. But I'm just going to guess this child is not qualified. Oh my god. It is not the will of the goddess of law. Oh my gosh, help me. Hey, you keeping way too many secrets. You won't tell us why you met with the president or the reason you brought him flowers. I don't think there's a brother. I'm pretty sure John's an only child. My apologies. However, I did give him the bouquet. That much is true. But when the president's body was discovered, we didn't find any flowers. I honestly don't know how that could be. Ha! Hey, Miss Judge. All your answers have been too vague. You can't say this and you don't know that. Do you accept flimsy testimony like that in your trials? Hey, cut it out! John, I threw the flowers away. You threw them away, so there were flowers near the body when you found it. Yeah, that's right. They were right on top of the president's body. They had been crushed as flat as pancakes, though. I see, so the flowers were squished by Mozilla's head, too. And a large amount of pollen got stuck to the president's suit. That seems to be the gist of it. However, why did you go out of your way to dispose of the flowers? No reason. So John's not going to tell us anything either. I guess mother and son both have a lot of secrets, huh? That is not true. At the very least, I can tell you why John threw away those flowers. Huh? John, you saw me leaving the house with those flowers in hand, did you not? I get it. John saw the flowers and thought of his mom. He threw them away in order to protect Judge Courtney from being suspected. That's not true. You're all wrong. He cares about his mother. That was his worst lie yet. Oh my gosh. Oh, here we go. Updates. I often decorate our house with those flowers. The bouquet must have reminded him of me. So the pup just happens to find the flowers from his mother's bouquet on top of the body. That's why he threw them away and kept silent about the body. That's a tidy little story if I've ever heard one. And what's wrong with that? I suppose you prefer untidy, messy stories, Agent Lang. Don't tell me you've forgotten already, Missy. This pup confessed that he caused the monster's head to fall last night. I know, it's so cute! Hey, what's up?
Did you see what map got announced?
What got announced?
For Splatoon?
Wait, new stuff got announced for Splatoon that isn't from the new season?
Did you see?
Hold on. I have not. This is new, right?
Do you recognize it?
Should I recognize this stage?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I don't recognize it.
I think it's from Splatoon 1.
I was gonna say that's why I don't recognize it. I'm not as familiar with Splatoon 1. Dang, they are just dropping. They're just dropping news and I'm so excited. New roller, let's go, baby. I'm excited for this update. I'm so excited. Woomy! I'm so excited. I just gotta finish up the catalog.
Yeah,
I only got a few more days.
Flounder Heights is back, baby.
Let's go! I need to I'm at catalog level 70 something. I gotta get up to 100 in what, for 2 days? I don't think I'm gonna do it. Oh gosh. When will Okami dab? You're at 74, I'm at 73 or something like that. Maybe. Literally I'm hovering around where you are, Tyler. Why does everybody want me to dab in Splatoon? Don't dab in front of the guinea pigs. Do not teach our sons to dab. You're at 102. Oh my gosh, Nacho. They cannot see you dab. I don't know if they're... Oh, yeah, there he is. Look at you. He was so comfy. Oh, brother. Guinea pig dab. I can't teach the guinea pigs to dab. But you're more than welcome to try and teach them. I can't do it. These are the guinea pigs when I try to clip their nails, they just kick me. They're just like, mother, stop it. He's is currently the only suspect in the president's murder.
Objection!
The G-Force Phantom Thieves Phantom Dab. Oh my gosh, well, I can't believe you just referenced G-Force in this chat. It is true that there are many reasons to suspect John just because I have guinea pigs. However, there is someone other than John who is far more suspicious. What'd you say? Can't talk. John himself was kidnapped by that very person not too long ago. Oh yeah, right. Frick, we saw that. That's right, pal. The refrigeration wasn't turned on, so he wasn't about to freeze to death. But if he hadn't yelled out for help, we would have never found him. Once the sleeping drugs wore off, he was finally able to call out for help. Sleeping drugs, huh? If I recall correctly, when you were kidnapped... That's right, there was a bottle lying on the floor of the refrigerated warehouse. I think it was the same thing that was used on me not that long ago. That SleepyzZz stuff is super powerful. My NyQuil. How about it, Agent Lang? John is clearly a victim. There is a mastermind at work behind the scenes of this case. I don't know anything about this so-called mastermind. You say they were here last night. That was a sentence I read really strangely. I still don't know for sure yet. It's not like you to be so vague, Mr. Prosecutor. Indeed, I still don't have any evidence that ties the mastermind to this murder. Is there someone else? Is there anyone besides John who had the opportunity to murder the president? Blaze? Literally all I can think of. That's it! As I thought, in the end, that pup is our only suspect.
Objection!
Isn't there one more suspect, Agent Lang? What's this? Didn't we prove it earlier? Last night, there was one more person here. I feel like we forgot we brought that up. Blaze the Best, you're saying he's the one who did it. Last night, John was not alone. Blaze the Best was here too. Shouldn't we consider him to be a new suspect? I'm tired and I thought it said Mr. Prilosec. Blaze the Best killed the president. It's entirely possible. Gravy Prilosec. Blaze the Best, it can't be the same guy from 12 years ago. 12 years ago? That keeps popping up. Yeah, can we, like, get more info on this whole 12 years ago that everyone seems to be hiding from me? Oh, that was good. It was good. 7-Up. Look at that, baby. Caffeine free. I won't be up all night. Let's go. I'm so gonna be... Oh, maybe I won't be. I'm actually really tired. I say that now. 12 years ago. Agent Lang, what happened 12 years ago? Nothing that concerns you. On the contrary, it might just have some sort of connection with this case. And I suppose you have some proof, Mr. Prosecutor? Show me evidence that there's a connection between this case and the one 12 years ago. Evidence, you say? If you don't have any evidence, then there's no point in talking about it. Is there any evidence that connects this case with what happened 12 years ago? I have the report, actually. It's not the badge! There it is.
Take that!
Agent Lang, could you take a look at... Is it not this? Get that thing out of my... What? Oh, it's not that. Never mind. Langji says the sun sets fast in Zhengfa. You don't have time to waste looking at your useless... Okay. Not that. Never mind then. What? Yeah, hold on. Let me check all my written documents. Written document. No one knows who really wrote the letter. Check for details. I'm glad we can move the other really one. on killing two birds with one stone. Please get revenge for 12 years ago. That's it. This letter was sent to Jill Crane, who was murdered 2 days ago. Although the sender is currently unknown, here it is written as follows. Please get revenge for 12 years ago. What? 12 years ago? That's not all. Take a look at this as well. This is a report written by Patricia Rowland to Blaze the Best regarding Knightley. Please read this part here. That thing he laid to rest near the flower bed 12 years ago. Agent Lang, something big is happening here. Jill Crane's murder 2 days ago, and now the president's murder today. There has to be some connection there. And the key to solving it lies in what happened 12 years ago, does it not? You're asking me to reopen the old wounds of the Lang clan. Agent Lang, I beg of you. I didn't say it. Who was that just now? Shifu! You guys, what are you all doing here? We followed you here, Shifu. We heard that Shifu was investigating the incident from 12 years ago. You idiots! I'm not your boss anymore. Get back to your own posts. Sir, we can't do that. What'd you say? Are you disobeying my order? Shifu, we also beg of you. Reinvestigate the SS5 incident from 12 years ago. None of us could ever forget that case. We know you feel the same way, Shifu. Agent Lang, even your former subordinates desire to reinvestigate the case. And you think you can solve the mysteries of that case? Perhaps I can, with your help. I got it. I accept your invitation. Shifu! Shifu! Now then, with that decided, I guess it's my turn to shine. Okay? We're investigating a case from the past, right? And guess what the best tool for that is? Oh my gosh, it's the Dragon Warrior! Stop! Oh my gosh, I was thinking the same thing but never said it. Right. If we have the case files from the past case, I can recreate it. Unfortunately, I don't have the case files. Huh? What do you mean? Access to those case files is restricted. It's being treated as highly classified information. Why is that? I don't know, but it seems like there were a lot of things that they wanted to keep hidden. Even what I know is limited to what was published in the newspapers back then. That will not be a problem. In any case, please tell us what you know. Sure. The SS5 incident. The incident occurred on a winter day 12 years ago. It was the 10th of February. The police department in this country received a call from a group of kidnappers. We've kidnapped President Wang, they said. Kidnapped? The SS5 incident was the case of President Wang's kidnapping. They demanded a ransom of $100 million. $100 million? Just how much is that? Oh gosh. I want to know what's funnier than SS7. Oh gosh. SS5, SS17. I'm pretty sure I can solve this case that's remained unresolved for 12 years, sometime before sunset. You know, the fact that he found a child, the fact also he found a small human with no leads in the last 20 minutes. Also that. It's such a large amount, she's having trouble visualizing it. Just think of Scrooge McDuck's money bin. That night, my old man was the last person to meet with the president. They were together at the Zencha embassy until midnight on February 10th. After that, no one knows what the president was doing up until he was kidnapped. With the president's life at stake, the Zencha government frantically gathered the money. After that, the ransom was delivered and the president was returned safe and sound. So, President Wang has been the president since 12 years ago. That's really amazing. Well, being in office for so long is just a small part of how amazing the man is. Lang seemed a bit happy when he said that. And what happened to the kidnappers? Well, a top-secret covert investigation was carried out, then a secret trial was held. A trial? Does that mean the suspect was caught? The suspect was Patricia Rowland. Whoa. Yikes. The suspect was Patricia Rowland. Then the reason
I don't want any more last-minute plot twists.
Man, just keep throwing them at me, why don't you? Then the reason you came to the prison a few days ago... I mean, he is the only person in the world that can... yeah, logical thinking indeed. I can't even say Rob's wrong. First thing, I had to get a look at the face of my target. So the trial 12 years ago ended with a not guilty verdict? Yeah. Back then, my old man was in charge of every aspect of the president's security. He took responsibility for the kidnapping and was relieved on his post as bodyguard. But he continued to investigate as a regular police officer until he finally found the culprit. And if it was none other than Patricia Rowland, there was no way she could be innocent. However, the result was a not guilty verdict. In the end, the case went unresolved. Crushed in both body and soul, my old man resigned from the police. What was the basis for arresting Patricia Rowland? There was a lot of evidence, at least that's what I think. But I can't see those documents for myself. So that's where my story ends. What should we do with only this much information? Even the little thief would have a hard time producing a recreation. Is there really nothing we can do? Okay, everybody's holding it. Looks like you could use some help. Who's that? Uncle Francisca! It's them, Francisca, and Mr. Shields too. We finished up with the trial and finally managed to catch up with you guys. Here, take this. It's the case files for the SS5 incident, sir. How? Interpol, I'm assuming? How did you get that? What Van Roland mentioned 12 years ago during the trial, it caught my interest. I looked into it immediately and got in touch with Interpol. Yep, it was Interpol. I expected no less from you, Francisca. Don't get the wrong idea, Miles Edgeworth. I didn't prepare these documents for you, the former prosecutor. I did it for the sake of the investigator taking up the case his father left behind. Sis, but I thought information on the SS5 incident was restricted to the public. That restriction was placed by the prosecutor in charge of the case, Blaise DeBest. Blaise DeBest was the prosecutor in charge, and it just keeps adding up. Him. However, as a result of the trial just now, Blaise's authority has been revoked. It's all thanks to his son. Thank you, Sebastian. That feels really weird saying, but I mean it, thank you. Sebastian, by bringing down his father, the door to his past case has been opened. Prosecutor DeBest is currently wrapping things up in Patricia Rowland's trial. He told me to relay this message to you.
Probably one of the best things that Sebastian has done.
I will agree with that. He's aside from standing up to his really garbage father. Thank you for the bits, Rob. The door. It's been open. Huh? The door to Kingdom Hearts. Say, did somebody say the door to darkness? Gosh darn it. Thank you, Tylenose. Leave Pops and his cohorts to me. You guys just take care of the case on your end. He's become quite reliable right before our very eyes. Thank you. Truly. Alrighty then. This is perfect. Now that we have the files, just leave the recreation to me. Indeed. Well then, let us begin. According to these documents, it appears that the incident took place right in front of the Tower Plaza. What are you testing? Then let's head to the plaza right away. I'm ready for a jump scare. If you're trying to scare me with a card, I'm looking dead at the screen. I'm not. Oh god, no, it's still there. Oh no.
I bet you there's a lucky emblem here. I bet you there's a lucky.
I can't believe this is still here.
I bet we'll find some ingredients around here.
Yeah.
I forget if this got changed.
No, I never changed it. I can never change it. It's Kingdom Hearts and also Disney. Thank you for the bits, Rob. Oh god. Hey, would you please activate the little Mr. Thief? Right. With these case files, recreating everything should be a snap. Where should I start? Where indeed, according to these documents, it seems there was a witness to the kidnapping of the president, a freelance journalist by the name of Jack Cameron. Hold the f***ing phone. I don't have it on the soundboard anymore. I don't have it on the soundboard anymore. I don't have it on the soundboard anymore. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I need to get something really quick. I'm be like a second. Give me a second. I don't know why I don't have it ready. I don't know why it's not on the freaking soundboard. Where? Why do I not have it on the soundboard? Darn it. Copy is getting jacked. I'm trying so hard not to look. No, it's fine. I'm not gonna get it. I'm not gonna get it. Y'all know exactly what I'm thinking. I'm gonna get Jackador with the Xenomorph. What else do I like by James Cameron? No, I'm sorry, Jack Cameron. I messed up. Why is he here? Oh, help me. So help me. Twitter is currently like the sinking ship, and and Elon Musk is Billy Zane running around with the gun. I just can't. I can't. Why am I just getting all these Titanic references thrown at me lately? I've been laughing at this stream for 15 minutes. How's your Wait, I know what this scene is. Wait, am I allowed? Wait, it's like 3 seconds. I don't think I'm gonna get in trouble. Wait. Why is just Sarah? Which Land Before Time movie was this? It's just Sarah going, hee. Which movie? Wait, which one was this? I don't know. Listen, is this freaking Time of Great Giving? Is that the... I only say because I see Hip and the Bullies down below. I forget the other two's names. I only remember Hip. Oh my gosh. Wait, I just realized something. Is Hip short for Hypsilophodon? Wait a minute. Wait, I just realized the Land Before Time. Wait a minute, did I just literally just think about this when I never thought about it before? He's Hypsilophodon. That's why his name is Hip. Anyway, that was just a realization that literally just came over my head. How many years later, now that my dinosaur knowledge is vastly expanded compared to when I was a child? No, Hip is short for not Hypsilophodon. I can't believe I just realized this. Somebody needs to mix that with the video. Oh gosh. Goof Troop. Why did I just think of it? Jack is an abbreviation of the name James. Is it really? I never knew this. Truthfully, I never knew this. Oh my gosh. Anyway, me too. I'm gonna text my dad at like midnight. Dad, I just realized Hip is short for Hypsilophodon. He's gonna have no freaking idea what I'm talking about, but he knows it's gonna be dinosaur jargon. Oh my gosh. When am I getting that Land Before Time movie directed by James Cameron? However, He happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time and was murdered by the culprit. So that would mean the place he saw the president at was here. Here? At the Grand Tower? No, the Grand Tower was only built around a year ago, okay? Before that, this place contained mostly old abandoned buildings. However, 12 years ago, this place was... Now you're finally talking about some stuff that I know. Yeah, 12 years ago, at this very spot was... the Happy Family Home. What's that, pal? It was a place where children who had lost their parents could live. Or to put it simply, it was an orphanage. So the president was kidnapped at the orphanage. And then the head of that facility at the time was Patricia Rowland. Apparently, Rowland always referred to it as her home. It seems that suspicion would naturally fall upon her. Happy Friends Home for Imaginary Friends. Call. I love Fosters. Patricia Rowland plays the best in President Wang. The darkness that remains from the SS5 incident still casts a shadow on the present case. Kay, I'd like you to input the investigation data from Jack Cameron. I can't say it with a straight face. Of Jack Cameron's murder case. We can probably assume that he was killed by one of the kidnappers. So if we solve the murder case, we'll know who the kidnappers were, right? Precisely. I'm counting on you. Well, here we go. Oh! Da-da-da-da. The kid is shocked. What the heck is this? Everything's green! I've come to expect such reactions. This is a recreation of the grounds of the facility that stood here 12 years ago. Based on the documents from the police investigation, I recreated the scene to show what it looked like when police arrived at 7 a.m. the next day. It appears a fair amount of snow had piled up here. Yeah, I heard that the footprints in the snow were prime pieces of evidence. So I can actually say this now that we've got to this point. Something I actually only realized when watching you play Case 2 is that Rowland was running the prison exactly as she would the children's home, putting on fun shows and games for her children. Oh, that's really, it's really unsettling, I'm not gonna lie. The snow fell during the day, on the day of the incident. So the snow only fell before the crime took place.
A fair amount of snow had piled up here just like it has by you guys, huh?
Do you really have to rub it in that there's snow outside my window right now, and if I walked outside, my feet are gonna be cold? Also because I'm pretty sure I realize I don't have any winter boots. I need to go buy winter boots because I think my only pair of winter boots from last year, I think the bottoms just like completely like, I worn them for so long, like they evaporated. Must you remind me that I'm not prepared for any of this? Thank you for the bits, Rob. And thank you, Tylenus, for updating the backlog doc. Which means the footprints wouldn't have been erased by any further snow. I must make sure to pay close attention to these footprints. Okay. Man. Do we want to do like a tiny bit in the investigation and end, or do we just want to call it here is my thing? It was almost 1 a.m. I feel bad. It was almost 1 a.m. The investigation's long. Okay, I wasn't sure how long this investigation would be. Play until 6 a.m. No. Not playing until 6. You know JT has to sleep, right? Even though I think chances are JT is gonna get a snow day tomorrow from work. I'm pretty, you know, just in case the superintendent decides. Just in case she magically decides, yeah, there's gonna be school tomorrow. You're probably a little less than 2/3 of the way through the entire case? Oh, really? So how many more, what do you think? This is only gonna take like, what, one more stream, Tylenus? like roughly, like it might take 2, but are we thinking 1? We do love snow days. Hey, adults like snow days too, you know. 1 stream if the next stream is long. I could probably do that. Or 1.5 otherwise. I could probably do that. So we could probably end this. So I don't know. So for stream tomorrow, I didn't know because the only thing right now, I do have side quests and Nahida story and Genshin, but part of me was also like, oh, what do we do? Can we go back to something? So I want to say next week, more than likely, we will probably, unless I get no, I have D&D Friday. I totally forgot, so not Friday. So next week, I think we will probably finish this game next week. So currently right now on the backlog dock, Night in the Woods is in first place. Digimon Survive is following very closely behind. Third place is Okamiden. And in fourth place we have Oublets. I just like to say it like that, don't ask me why. So I imagine I imagine us finishing this next week and then starting the next game on the dock is probably what's going to happen. That's what I'm thinking. So you put that on the dock. I told you that wasn't going to count. I told you if anybody puts Snood in the dock, if you put your points towards Snood, guess what? It's streamer's choice. You are effectively forfeiting. No, it is not valid. I get to re-put them wherever I want. Your points are invalid. Oh my goodness gracious, but yeah, this is where I'll call it here. It's almost 1 a.m. and apparently long investigation will be saved for next time. Yeah, Snood is technically the forbidden one. Just so you're aware. But thank you guys so much for stopping in tonight. I hope you enjoyed more Ace Attorney tonight. We are almost done, like I said. It's gonna get... Oh my goodness. I can't believe it. It's gonna be weird taking a break from the Ace Attorney series. It's gonna feel really weird because I've been playing these games for like, what, over a year now? I don't know. It's just gonna feel really weird. But I hope you guys enjoyed tonight's stream. Stream tomorrow, I was kind of debating, I didn't know if we were gonna go back to Hades or because I'm not gonna lie, because I got so close to that final boss. It's been eating me. It's been eating me, and I like went back to the mirror and I rethrew and I reset the points and I rethrew them because I didn't realize you could switch skills. So I did that, I threw points back in, and I'm feeling like pretty good if we try to go back. So part of me is like, do I do that? Or do I do that? Or do we do Nahida's story in Genshin tomorrow? So it could be either or. I don't know if I want to, I don't know if I'll leave it up. I don't know. I'll let you guys know. I'm having such a hard time deciding. Like, I really should do Nahida's story before next update. And there's also like event stuff going on, but also I'm so hecking close. I was so hecking close. We almost did it and I'm crying. And I just respent my points and I want to give gifts. I want to do things. So there's the potential I could, you know, there may not be a Genshin stream this week. I might just go to Hades and then do Genshin next week. And then just start off the next week playing Genshin. Also because I'm gonna have to pull for the Tartaglia banner, and I'm putting off doing it because it's gonna be the third time he's in a banner that I'm not gonna get him.
Well, final boss. You can't just do one complete run and call Hades done.
I know, I was told I have to do 10. I was told I have to do 10 complete runs. Thank you for the bits, Rob. I know. But the thing is, I think as soon as I beat him the first time without God mode, I might put it on just to do the next 9 times so I don't take up like 20,000 streams trying to beat him 9 times. What do you mean 30%? I was told 10 runs. I was told 10 runs to see story stuff. At least that's what I was told. Anyway, if anything, I might have to relook it up, but oh my gosh. But I want to do a run without God mode. That is my thing. So I can at least say I completed a run without God mode. And then if anything, I just might put it on to speed up the process. For the next few times. But yeah, I'm gonna call it here, guys. I know, again, almost 1 a.m. here, oh my gosh. And it may or may not be a snow day for you. But if you guys would like to stick around for a raid, I'm sure wherever we go, they'll super appreciate it. But if you got work school tomorrow, and because you don't have snow, you know, please go take care of yourself. Self-care, please. Don't be like me, you know, during stream shaking because I'm hungry, and my solution is just go eat a bunch of chocolate during break. You gotta complete everything though. Get everything unlocked, max out everyone's hearts. I don't know about that, Rob. I think once we run out, I don't know about that. Kind of depends if people still are interested in Hades for so long. You know, I have many snow. I probably not as much as you, Ilya, but I also have many snow. I have many snow indeed. Probably not as much as you, but oh god, when I look outside my window. No more chocolate for me. I'm actually gonna go consume like some actual food because I already feel bad I ate so much chocolate. I'm gonna go consume some actual food right now. One more save for the road because Okami doesn't trust herself. And there we go. So I'm gonna go see. Oh my goodness gracious. I am going to go see who is live right now that we can go hit up for a raid. But yeah, and the boys are going to bed. Yeah, you better finish up chewing that cake, mister, because you're going to bed. But thank you guys so much for hanging out with me tonight. If you are new here, though, and you've never been here before, hi, I'm Okami. I'm a member of the Zeldathon team, as well as Mini Kit Marathon. These guys are so loud when they chew. And yeah, I'm a variety streamer here, so like, yeah, we're finishing up we're actually finishing up Ace Attorney series. For at least for a time being. We'll probably take a short break from it. I try to do Genshin here once a week. Yeah, no, if you look at my doc, oh my goodness, you'll see how long that list is. You kind of get an idea of what I like to play here. There is our Discord server. Feel free, you do not have to, but feel free if you would like to join and chat with the community. There is my personal Twitter if you want to see pictures of all the guinea pigs and the cats. And my YouTube channel where all the past VODs go up in a nice ordered playlist. And again, shout outs to Shell, to Silver, and Mike for those raids earlier. They are all cool beans. They are part of the digital bonfire, and they're amazing friends. I am so glad I know each and every one of them. Please go follow them. I can tell you right now, I got to play Mario Party once with everybody. The shenanigans were indeed very, very great. I was very entertained being in last place all the dang time. Oh my gosh. But yeah, a few friends are live right now. Oh my goodness gracious. I think, you know who I'm gonna go hit up. Baku is actually doing Trails in the Sky the 3rd, which I absolutely adore. Oh my gosh. I gush about the Trails games. If you are looking for like a really, really heckin' good JRPG series, the Trails series is fantastic. I started with the Trails in the Sky series. It made me cry. Like all these games just made me cry. And right now also raising for Toys for Tots too, because that time of the year is coming up, and there are kids out there that all kids deserve a present during the holidays. So I really like Toys for Tots. I always like to try to buy like a new gift at the very least and donate, because I just know a kid is going to be getting it. Switchables also usually does that thing where if you buy one, they give one to a kid. I don't know if I hope they're doing that this year. I'm like, Switchable, give me an excuse. But yeah, we'll go over there, say hi, send the love, and I almost left you guys without the raid message. There you go. And I will see you guys tomorrow, usual time for, I guess, either Genshin or Hades. I'm not sure yet. I'll see what I'm feeling. and maybe I'll put up a poll if I really can't decide, and I'm like pulling my hair out trying to figure out what I'm doing. But I'm gonna go put the guinea pigs to bed, get actually substantial food. And I haven't, I don't know what else I'm doing. And just wind down for tonight, because holy heck, I had to wake up early for therapy. It's like, Josh is like, what time is your therapy? I'm like, 2:30. Okay, it's like 2:20, get up. Oh my, I didn't go to bed until late. Now everyone can roast me for my sleep cycle. But you guys are awesome. Thank you so much for all the continued support again. Thank you so much for everything. I never, guys, want you to forget how much it means to me from the bottom of my heart. You guys continue to support me, and I can keep playing games and just being a bozo. What was it, bozo? Was it bozo yesterday? I can't remember. When did we say bozo? Why am I thinking of bozo? But that, yes, I like being that for you guys. And I will see you tomorrow for whatever we do. Have a good day, night, wherever you are. Avoid the snow. Snow is evil. Don't touch snow. It's cold. And take care of yourselves, guys. Have a fantastic night. Bye!